Chapter 3262. Starry Sky Mountain Villa fell into a brief period of tranquility. During this time, Lu Xingxing was refining the soul-refining wine. As for Fang Chen, he was calmly cultivating. After cultivating the invincible sword art to such a degree, Fang Chen believed that he had already reached a limit. If he wanted to break through this limit, he would have to encounter a heaven-shaking lucky chance. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he quietly cultivated. As for Little Mouse and the others, they left Dark Cave Mountain and left Starry Sky Mountain Villa. They walked through the vast black domain, searching for their own lucky chances. They believed that only on the edge of life and death would they be able to seek a breakthrough. If they stayed in Dark Cave Mountain, they would never be able to reach the peak. "Boss, we are in the black domain. If there is anything you need, just send us a message." These were the words that Little Mouse left behind before he left. In their small group of 5, Little Mouse seemed to be the leader. Xiao Huang, Xiao Ma, and Pangolin all respected Little Mouse's opinion. As for the old swindler, although he was usually crazy, in a critical moment, his ability to escape was the strongest of the 5 fellows. If he transformed into his true form, his branches would sway and instantly sweep away the other 4 fellows. Now, the 5 of them were no longer weak monster beasts. In these past years, their potential had been completely unearthed. Now that they joined forces, as long as a peak world king powerhouse didn't attack them, they would be able to escape unscathed. In the black domain, as long as they didn't provoke any great figures, they could run rampant without fear. Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing talked for a long time. After thinking for a long time, they finally let them go. His daughter Fang Shi also left. The pure-blooded beast cub didn't choose to go with Little Mouse and the others. Instead, it chose to follow Fang Shi. Regarding this, Fang Chen felt much more relieved. His daughter possessed the myriad fusion body. Her potential was without a doubt. Although her cultivation was a bit lacking, as long as she had enough cultivation resources, she would definitely be able to break through. As for a pure-blooded beast cub, it possessed a pure-blooded bloodline and was exceptionally strong. Even in the hands of a World King realm powerhouse, it could still escape unscathed. With it following his daughter, Fang Chen felt much more at ease. In the courtyard, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 2 disciples standing beside him. "Master." Tian Xin wanted to say something but stopped himself. His face was filled with a complicated expression. Fang Chen nodded. "That's right. The path of martial arts is to go against the heavens and fight against the heavens. Only by experiencing the bloodshed of the world could one grow quickly. In the past, I cared too much about you and was afraid that you would be hurt, so I ignored your inner feelings," Fang Chen said apologetically. He felt that he was not a competent master at all. Leaving his 2 disciples in Immortal Cave Mountain and letting them cultivate on their own was quite shameful. "Master, you're not wrong," Kang Ju said. "If it weren't for Master, my Kang family would have been destroyed back in the divine world. Master's great kindness to my Kang family, I will never forget it." Fang Chen gently patted Kang Ju's shoulder and said with a smile, "Ju, you have great potential in the sword Dao. You're a natural sword cultivator and are very suitable to inherit Master's invincible sword Dao. Today, Master will impart the invincible sword Dao to you." After saying that, Fang Chen's finger gently tapped Kang Ju's forehead. Suddenly, a bright sword light shrouded Kang Ju. Then, Kang Ju's body trembled and his eyes were filled with terrifying sword light. Dense words appeared in his mind. He knew very well that this was the invincible sword Dao that his master was so proud of. "Thank you, Master." Kang Ju cupped his fists and said excitedly. "First, carefully sense the foundation of the invincible sword Dao. I have something to say to your senior brother," Fang Chen said. Kang Ju nodded and sat cross-legged to the side to comprehend the invincible sword Dao. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Tian Xin. "Master." Seeing Tian Xin, Fang Chen's thoughts were pulled back to the ancient sword continent's Shengfeng nation. It could be said that Tian Xin was his first disciple. Back then, when the princes of the Shengfeng nation were fighting, he helped one of the princes enter the Mystery Land. At that time, Tianxin was just a child in his teens. Now, so many years had passed in the blink of an eye. You've followed me for so many years. Although your potential in the sword Dao is much stronger than your peers, it's not as good as your junior brother. Fang Chen said in a low voice, moreover, Master can see that your thoughts are not on the sword Dao. Although Fang Chen didn't teach his two disciples for long, he had always been paying attention to them. Tianxin's achievements in the sword Dao were not as expected, but he found another powerful talent in Tianxin. Array Dao. The Array Dao was broad and profound, and boundless. Even Fang Chen, who had cultivated for countless years and had the help of the heaven-sealing tablet, was only a half-step martial emperor array master. If he wanted to enter the martial emperor realm, he needed to continue working hard. Fang Chen took out a piece of ancient jade from his bosom. This ancient jade contains all of Master's understanding of the Array Dao, as well as the inheritance of the heaven-sealing great emperor. Fang Chen said, "Thank you, Master." Tianxin took the ancient jade with an excited smile on his face. Disciple will not let Master down. One day, I will become a famous array master in the Archean era. Fang Chen nodded, very pleased. In just one day, the dark cave mountain was completely empty. Suddenly, Fang Chen was not used to it. The martial Dao needs to be honed in blood. A flower in a greenhouse will never reach the peak. Unknowingly, Lu Xingkong appeared behind Fang Chen and said slowly, "You can't protect them all the time. If you want to gain a foothold in the ancient past, then you have to make yourself stronger." Fang Chen turned around and looked at Lu Xingxing. "Your daughter Fang, she has the myriad fusion body. If she was a disciple of a top faction, she might have already stepped into the World King realm, or even touched the realm above it. But now, under your protection, she has only touched the threshold of the World Lord realm. The myriad fusion body was one of the strongest special constitutions in the world. However, the advantage of the innumerable fusion body wasn't brought out to its fullest against Fang Shi. This was the decision Fang Chen made after a long discussion with Lu Xingxing. Your two disciples, although their potential cannot be compared to yours, they are not weak. Look at their current realm. If they join those top factions, they will not be able to stand firm. And your monster brothers, they are all descendants of monster kings and have great potential. Some of them are even pure-blooded descendants. But if they don't experience war and life and death, how can they grow? According to Lu Xingxing, the pure-blooded beast cubs and the little mouse could have greater achievements, but unfortunately, they lacked the nurturing of blood and fire. The Archean chaos was divided into 4 major regions. However, the southern, western, and eastern regions added together were not as good as the northern region. Only in the northern region could one truly come into contact with the top powerhouses of the Archean chaos. Only by fighting with powerhouses could one become stronger. Although the Black Domain was in a period of turmoil, it was also an opportunity for them. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the blue sky with deep eyes. Border of the northern region, World City. The current World City was no longer as glorious as before. Ever since Fang Chen went missing, the Ouyang family kept pressuring World City. Facing the overlord of the Dragon Field, the 5 kings of World City did not dare to do anything. Fortunately, the current head of the Ouyang family, as well as Ouyang Luoxue, strongly opposed the Yang faction's attack on Jie City. This made the Yang faction somewhat fearful. They only suppressed them in secret and did not attack them openly. The atmosphere in World City was very tense. Rip. On a mountain peak, the void suddenly tore apart and a figure appeared. A moment later, an old man appeared beside him. Realm Lord Longxiang, how have you been? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to grow to such a level. I admire you. Realm Lord Longxiang said apologetically. I still have to thank you for your guidance. Monster King said. Realm Lord Longxiang waved his hand and changed the topic. Your original body has been to that mountain range before, so you should know how special it is. The ancient dragon soul is hidden in the lake and the magnetic field around it is very strong. Even I can't get close. Monster King came to World City this time to collect the ancient dragon soul that he found when he rescued the 5 kings of World City. Coincidentally, the Dragon Elephant Boundary Lord was also in the world capital. His target was also the ancient dragon soul. When the two met, they hit it off and were ready to work together. Although the ancient dragon soul is useful to me, the most useful thing to me is the dragon crystal in it. After we work together to suppress the ancient dragon soul, I will only take the dragon crystal and you can have the rest. How about it? Realm Lord Longxiang said with a smile. The ancient dragon soul was engraved with an ancient killing array and was very powerful. It was said that this remnant soul was left behind by an expert of the dragon race in the ancient era. Okay. Monster King nodded. His real target was the ancient killing array engraved in the ancient dragon soul. Realm Lord Longxiang wanted the dragon crystal. The two didn't conflict and they could work together. If that's the case, let's go. Realm Lord Longxiang was more familiar with World City than Monster King. Soon, the two arrived at the mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked ordinary. But Monster King could feel the magnetic field everywhere. The magnetic field has become stronger. Monster King frowned. The magnetic field wasn't this strong the last time his original body was here. It should be the ancient dragon soul trying to awaken. Realm Lord Longxiang said. We have to speed up. Otherwise, if the ancient dragon soul awakens, it will alarm many experts and we won't be able to get anything. The Demon King nodded. The two of them disappeared into the mountain range in a flash. Roar. Vaguely, a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard in the void. The beasts in the mountain range instantly prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled in fear. As expected. Boundary Lord Longxiang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Chapter 3263. The Ancient Age was the Demon Clan's strongest and most powerful era. Even though there were countless geniuses and experts in that era, there was more than one ruler among them. However, the Beast Clan was still able to compete with the Human Clan. For a long period of time, they even restrained each other and controlled the vast Chaos Realm together. The ancient Dragon Clan was one of the leaders of the Beast Clan in that era. There were countless experts in the clan and their talents were extremely terrifying. However, no matter how strong the clan was, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the Battle of the Deities. Presently, in this Age of Doom, the ancient Dragon Clan had vanished without a trace and completely vanished from the heavens and the earth. However, the ancient dragon soul in the mountain range was left behind from the ancient era. The closer they got to the lake, the stronger the magnetic field became. He could vaguely feel that his rock movement technique was greatly affected. Roar. The roar of a dragon was faintly discernible in the void as if the Dragon Clan had reappeared. Dong. Just as the two of them were traveling through the void toward the lake, a deafening sound suddenly resounded. In the next second, their bodies came to a stop. There was an invisible barrier in front of them that separated them from the lake. Is this the aura of the Dragon Clan? Realm Lord Longxiang opened his eyes wide and his heart trembled. He stared at the stream in the lake. On the surface of the stream, there were streaks of golden light emerging. These golden lights contained a power so strong that it made one tremble. Dong. Dong. Realm Lord Longxiang's body trembled and his heart beat faster. His blood was boiling. The Beast King was slightly surprised when he saw this. Realm Lord Dracophant forcefully suppressed his restless blood and said in a low voice, "In the records of my family's genealogy, countless eras ago, an ancestor obtained an ancient dragon soul and had some connection with the dragon race. He merged the Dragon Clan's blood into his own, which resulted in the descendants of my clan having a trace of the Dragon Clan's blood." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect Realm Lord Longxiang's clan to have connections with the ancient Dragon Clan. Demon King glanced at Realm Lord Dracophant and finally understood why his Realm Lord title was Dracophant. Come to think of it, the word dragon was a reference to their family's relationship with the ancient Dragon Clan. Boom. All of a sudden, Long Xiong clenched his fists tightly. Boundless energy gathered on his fists as he punched out. Dong. Dazzling fist radiance violently hit the invisible barrier. In an instant, the invisible barrier shook and the void rippled. The ancient dragon soul in the lake seems to have sensed the thin trace of dragon blood hidden in my body. Its reaction is very intense, as if it wants to break through the seal and devour me. Realm Lord Longxiang's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "I feel that I can no longer control the blood in my body." As soon as he finished speaking, Realm Lord Longxiang's body involuntarily soared into the air and crashed against the invisible barrier. Seeing this, Beast King's figure flickered and appeared in front of Realm Lord Longxiang, grabbing him. Rumble. Through the Realm Lord Longxiang, the Beast King could feel a violent energy surging from the lake. "Not good." The Beast King shouted. The invisible barrier flickered and a crack appeared. The violent energy drowned the Realm Lord Longxiang and tried to pull him into the lake. The Beast King exerted all his strength to stop it, but to no avail. In the end, he took a deep breath and stomped his foot. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the crack on the invisible barrier. Boom! A terrifying shockwave blasted towards the Beast King. The Beast King's body was heavily smashed into the lake, causing a huge splash. The Realm Lord Longxiang was nowhere to be found. "We can't let the ancient dragon soul devour the Realm Lord Longxiang. Otherwise, it will reappear in the human world," the Beast King said hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he dived into the lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, he suddenly saw a golden altar at the bottom of the lake. There were 4 illusory golden dragons circling around the altar. When they saw the Beast King, they opened their bloody mouths and breathed out a scorching dragon breath. They wanted to burn the Beast King to ashes. In the middle of the golden altar, the Realm Lord Longxiang's body was imprisoned. A vast energy drilled into his body and it seemed like it was going to suck his blood dry. "Realm Lord Longxiang." The Beast King shouted as the sword runes around his body flickered and blocked the scorching dragon breath. Hearing the shout, the Realm Lord Longxiang raised his head with difficulty. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he said in a hoarse voice, "I will hold back the ancient dragon soul. You quickly break the altar." Once the altar was broken, the ancient dragon soul's plan would fail. At that time, they would be able to take the opportunity to suppress the ancient dragon soul. "All right." The Beast King nodded and did not say anything else. Whoosh! A resplendent red light whizzed out. He held the red glass sword and displayed the invincible sword technique. Once the immortal sword was displayed, it turned into 4 rays of invincible sword radiance and shot towards the 4 illusory golden dragons. Roar! The 4 illusory golden dragons raised their heads and roared at the sky. They seemed to be furious. The 4 of them continuously circled around the golden altar and intertwined with each other, releasing a powerful aura. At this moment, the Realm Lord Longxiang was trying his best to control his body. He was trying to isolate his blood from the ancient dragon soul. However, the ancient dragon soul's aura was too strong and he could only slow down the speed at which it absorbed his blood. "No!" The Realm Lord Longxiang roared in anger and tried his best to resist. Roar! The dragon roar resounded throughout the universe. Whoosh! 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 He swung his sword 4 times and the powerful invincible sword radiance pierced towards the 4 illusory golden dragons. Bang! However, the invincible sword radiance was destroyed before it could even get close to the 4 illusory golden dragons. The 4 golden dragons opened their ferocious mouths and released a cold aura from their gong-sized eyes. They were furious. A mere human realm lord dared to attack their mighty dragon race. He was courting death. The 4 illusory golden dragons complement each other and intertwine with each other. Their attack power is multiplied. If my original body is here, I might be able to break through easily. The Beast King muttered. The Realm Lord Longxiang will not be able to hold on for long. I have to end this quickly. Countless thoughts flashed through the Beast King's mind. In the end, he took a deep breath and made a crazy move. Hooah! The Beast King stomped his feet and his body flickered. He shuttled through space and activated the rock movement technique to the maximum. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the 4 illusory golden dragons remained unmoved. They continued to intertwine with each other and formed an iron barrel-like defense. Invincible sword technique. The Beast King came to the back of the illusory golden dragon on the east side and executed the invincible sword technique. Then, his body flickered again. In the next second, He appeared behind the illusory golden dragon on the north side and executed the invincible sword technique again. After 4 consecutive rapid changes in position, the formation of the 4 illusory golden dragons became a little chaotic. This is the time. The Beast King took a deep breath and took out something from his chest. The mysterious heaven all. It was the weapon he used when he was weak. Although he no longer used it as his strength increased, it was still nurtured by the Beast King's blood for a long time. Now, it had reached the half-step Emperor realm. Boom! The Beast King detonated the power inside the mysterious heaven all. The mysterious heaven's cone nail shattered in an instant. The power within it completely exploded. Rumble. The entire lake began to shake vigorously. The power released by the explosion of the mysterious heaven all was comparable to the full strength attack of a peak world king. Poochie. The terrifying energy instantly drowned one of the illusory golden dragons. Then, a miserable dragon roar was heard. The giant dragon annihilation. The formation of the 4 illusory golden dragons was broken. Phew. Seeing this, the Beast King heaved a sigh of relief. It was worth it to lose the half-step Emperor realm mysterious heaven all to break the formation of the golden dragons. The remaining 3 golden dragons did not have a formation. They could not withstand the Beast King's powerful attack. Whoosh! The red glass sword flickered. The Beast King took advantage of the situation and attacked. Chapter 3264. The Monster King guessed that the ancient dragon soul had survived until today in the form of a remnant consciousness. Although it was forcefully absorbing the blood of the dragon elephant realm lord, its strength was not enough to get him out of the lake. Otherwise, it would not have ended up in such a state. Without the protection of the 4 illusory golden dragons, the golden altar was completely exposed to the Monster King. Dong dong dong. The Monster King walked up the golden altar step by step as the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. He could hear the roar of the ancient dragon soul. The latter was furious. However, it could not change the outcome. Crack! The Monster King exerted all his strength and punched the golden altar. A crisp sound could be heard, and in the next moment, cracks appeared on the golden altar. The terrifying aura enveloping the Drasso-elephant boundary lord instantly dissipated. Rip! The Monster King's body flashed as he pulled the dragon elephant realm lord to his side. With a wave of his hand, he set up a powerful array to isolate the 2 of them from the ancient dragon soul. Roar! The ancient dragon soul roared furiously from within the golden altar. It twisted wildly as it tried to get out of the golden altar. If you were still alive, I might be afraid of you. Unfortunately. The Monster King sneered. The demon monarch sneered. You perished in ancient times. What can you do to me now? As his words fell, a powerful energy surged out from the Monster King's body. In an instant, the entire golden altar was drowned by the energy and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The golden altar shattered under the Monster King's powerful aura. A golden remnant soul slowly floated to the surface of the water. The Monster King could see a struggling face in the remnant soul. The face was filled with endless anger. Time stop. The Monster King did not give the ancient dragon soul any chance. He pointed his finger and time stopped. Then, he took a step forward and appeared above the ancient dragon soul. The remnant soul struggled with all its might as a look of panic appeared on its huge face. Let me give you a hand. The dragon elephant realm lord said. Hiss hiss hiss. The dragon elephant realm lord activated the power of his bloodline and surrounded the ancient dragon soul, corroding the energy within the ancient dragon soul. Roar. Under the powerful coercion, the ancient dragon soul was gradually unable to resist. Crack. A quarter of an hour later, the ancient dragon soul shattered, and a dazzling dragon crystal fell out from within. Realm Lord Longxiang was overjoyed and grabbed it. You have the blood of the great dragon race in your veins. Why betray the dragon race? A hoarse voice was faintly heard from the lake. It was as if it came from a chaotic space, and it was extremely shocking. Betray the dragon race? The dragon elephant realm lord sneered. I'm not a member of the dragon race, how can I betray you? You dare to blaspheme the great dragon clan? You will definitely be massacred by the dragon clan. The ancient dragon soul had a sinister look on its face as it threatened. However, the Monster King used his full strength to suppress it. Crack! The power of the ancient dragon soul was constantly being sliced apart by the Demon King and absorbed into his body. When the last trace of the ancient dragon soul's power was absorbed by the Demon King, an unwilling voice came from the lake. The mighty dragon clan will definitely return. Wang! Huge waves rose up in the lake. The golden altar exploded, and the terrifying power overturned the lake. Demon King and Realm Lord Draconic Elephant quickly retreated and left the lake safely. Dong! 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 Even after they left the mountain range, they could still clearly hear the deafening explosion in the depths of the mountain range. Phew! Realm Lord Draconic Elephant heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Demon King gratefully. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would definitely be suppressed by the ancient dragon soul if I came here alone. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the ancient dragon soul so easily. The Demon King said. The two of them looked at each other. After the intense battle with the ancient dragon soul, they understood the strength of the dragon clan in the ancient era. However, the two of them knew that the dragon clan had been completely annihilated, and it was impossible for them to revive. Wang! The resplendent dragon crystal in Realm Lord Draconic Elephant's palm emitted a dazzling light. His face was filled with an excited smile. There is a trace of the dragon clan's blood hidden in my body. If I can refine this dragon crystal, there's a high chance that the trace of dragon clan's blood will be activated. The Demon King nodded. This was an opportunity and a challenge for Realm Lord Draconic Elephant. If he succeeded, he would be able to reach a higher level. However, if he failed, he would have to pay a huge price. The trace of Dragon Clan's blood in his body would also disappear completely. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant held the dragon crystal in his hand and said firmly, regardless of success or failure, I will try. I believe that you will succeed. The Demon King patted Realm Lord Draconic Elephant's shoulder lightly. My purpose in coming to the world capital is to look for the dragon crystal. Now that I have achieved my goal, it's time to leave. What are your next plans? Realm Lord Draconic Elephant asked. The Demon King raised his head and looked at the sky. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. The ancient dragon soul is a remnant soul of the dragon clan after all. It has survived from the ancient era until today. Its power is unimaginable. Although you have absorbed its power, you must be careful. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant reminded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The Demon King said. Oh right. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of something. You and Fire Demon True Monarch are all subordinates of the Bloodline Monarch. Do you know where the Bloodline Monarch is now? Is he still alive? The Bloodline Monarch is extremely powerful and talented. He can compete with the sovereigns. If it wasn't for his new discovery, he wouldn't have ended up like that. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant sighed. However, although the Bloodline Monarch disappeared completely after that, I am certain that the Bloodline Monarch will not die. The Bloodline legacy he left behind is looking for candidates for a grand plan. I have a feeling that once this plan succeeds, he will definitely return to the ancient era in an absolutely dominant manner. In other words, you haven't seen the Bloodline Monarch all these years? The Demon King continued to ask. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant nodded. Back then, I accidentally wandered around and found the Bloodline Monarch's aura on you. I knew that you were one of the candidates, so I took you with me and gave you some pointers. Later, I found out that Fire Demon True Monarch and the others had already noticed you. After a moment of silence, Realm Lord Draconic Elephant continued. Although there are many candidates for the Bloodline Monarch, I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can be the final winner. The Demon King didn't speak. He just listened quietly. Oh right, with your current strength, you can try to go to the Bloodline Temple to receive the baptism. Bloodline Temple? The Demon King was surprised. This was the first time he heard of this name. The Bloodline Temple was created by the Bloodline Monarch himself. It's located in an extremely mysterious place. No one knows about it. Only his subordinates like us know about it. Of course, candidates like you will also know about it once your bloodline power reaches a certain level. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant said. The Bloodline Temple is the final battle between the candidates. Only the winner can enter and receive the baptism. Oh! The Demon King's eyes flashed with joy. Before this, he hadn't ventured into the ancient era chaos. Instead, he stayed in a corner and focused on nurturing the savage wilderness beast army. Now that the savage wilderness beast army had taken shape, his cultivation had reached the Realm Lord realm. His main body was currently in the Black Domain to increase his strength. He could go to the Bloodline Temple to fight against the other candidates and receive the baptism. After a deep conversation with Realm Lord Draconic Elephant, the Demon King found out the approximate location of the Bloodline Temple. This was because even Realm Lord Draconic Elephant only knew the approximate location, not the exact location. Then, the Demon King left the Realm City. I hope that you can be the final winner. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant clenched his fists and said to himself. At the same time, Fang Chen's main body in the Starry Sky Mountain Villa in the Black Domain suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodline Temple? His lips curled up into a smile. Oh well, I'll let my avatar go first. If it doesn't work out, I'll go personally. He had a feeling that the Bloodline Monarch's inheritance was the key to him entering the World King realm. Of course, he couldn't rush this matter. He had to be careful. Chapter 3265. The Black Domain was extremely vast. Countless cultivation resources were controlled by the top factions. Now, because of the battle between the Rock Gate and the Dream God School, the entire Black Domain was in turmoil. Although the Rock Gate wasn't as strong as the Dream God School, it wasn't a pushover either. It would be very difficult for the Dream God School to completely destroy the Rock Gate. Therefore, the master of the Dream God School called on all the factions in the Black Domain to unite and fight against the Rock Gate. This was because the Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon and betrayed the human race. Just this one crime was sufficient to make the Devil Rock sect be thoroughly wiped out. However, the factions in the Black Domain had been through the baptism of time and had existed for a long time. Without clear evidence that the Rock Gate had betrayed the human race and colluded with the Corpse Demon, they weren't willing to act rashly. After all, once an all-out war broke out, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price. For a time, the battle between the Dream God School and the Rock Gate entered a tug-of-war. The top powerhouses on both sides didn't act. Instead, it was the disciples of the various sect that were fighting each other. In a city 100,000 miles away from the Rock Gate, this was the main battlefield of this war. This city was called Demonic Dragon City. At this moment, there were countless Rock Gate powerhouses in Demonic Dragon City. Their bodies exuded cold killing intent, and they held weapons in their hands, ready for battle. In the wilderness outside Demonic Dragon City, the Dream God School's army had already arrived. Ch. The Dream God School wants to rely on their strength to destroy the Rock Gate. Dream on. That's right. Even if we die, we'll drag the Dream God School down with us. Killing one isn't a loss. Killing two is a gain. Within the city, many Rock Gate disciples were filled with righteous indignation. They believed that this war was a conspiracy by the Dream God School. The goal was to weaken the Rock Gate's strength and gradually destroy the Rock Gate. Therefore, they were furious and felt that the Dream God School had gone too far. But now, the Dream God School was attacking Demon Dragon City. This was unbearable. They decided to go all out at the Dream God School. Mayor, please allow us to fight for Rock Gate. On the streets of the city, countless warriors had gathered and were shouting loudly. An old man in black armor slowly turned around. His deep gaze swept across the many warriors on the street. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Since ancient times, the Rock Gate has always prioritized the interests of the human race. We have always been loyal to the human race. However, in order to dominate the Black Domain, the Dream God School actually used such an excuse to slander the Rock Gate." At this point, the old man in black armor pondered for a moment and continued, "The Dream God School humiliated the Rock Gate like this. This is an insult to our ancestors. This cannot be tolerated. Let's fight our way out. Let's fight it out with the Dream God School." Everyone roared angrily at the sky. They wanted nothing more than to rush out of the city and fight the Dream God School to the death. The black-armored old man waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "Everyone, I know that you've been humiliated, but now isn't the time to fight. Let me talk with the illusory dream sect first." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The old man in black armor flashed and appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the leader of the Dream God School. Black Dream Realm King. The newcomer was Mo Long's old acquaintance, the Black Dream Realm King. "You and I once fought side by side. Although we later served different masters, we have always been in contact. But now, you have led the Dream God School's army to Mo Long City. What is the meaning of this?" Hearing this, the Black Dream Realm King shook his head and sighed. "Mo Long City Lord, you should understand what I mean. The Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon. This is an indisputable fact. You just don't want to believe it. Listen to me. Give up resisting. Otherwise, once we start fighting, swords and blades have no eyes." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mo Long began to laugh crazily. "Swords and blades have no eyes. Since you, Black Dream Realm King, have said so, then, rip." Mo Long lightly swiped his finger. Suddenly, his sleeves were torn apart. 2 pieces of cloth slowly fell from the void, severing their friendship. They were once good friends. From now on, they would meet again at Dao Rong. You, Black Dream Realm King was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long time, he sighed and didn't say anything else. "In life, I am a member of the Rock Gate. In death, I am a ghost of the Rock Gate." Following the order of the Demon Dragon City's City Lord, the battle outside the Demon Dragon City instantly broke out. Starry Sky Mountain Villa. Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing were sitting in the garden, drinking wine. "I really didn't expect this war to last for half a year." Lu Xingxing sighed as he drank a mouthful of wine. Fang Chen naturally knew that the war Lu Xingxing was talking about was the war at Mo Long City. Mo Long City was the stronghold of the Rock Gate. Once it was breached, the Dream God School would march straight into the heart of the Rock Gate. For the Rock Gate, it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, no matter what, Mo Long City couldn't fail. The 2 major forces didn't seem to want to see the people in misery and suffering and blood flowing like rivers. Therefore, the high-level powerhouses restrained each other and almost didn't make a move. They allowed the realm lords in the sect to fight. Each side had a realm king leading them. In the past half a year, Black Dream Realm King and Mo Long City's Lord had fought no less than 30 times. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Realm King realm and were extremely strong. Every time they fought, it would cause a shocking shock. However, the strength of the 2 was almost the same, and they understood each other's methods very well. Every time they fought, they would return empty-handed. However, the casualties of the other disciples were very high. In just half a year, over 100 realm lords from both sides had fallen. After half a year of war, Mo Long City was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Mo Long City's lord had been holding on. Mo Long City's lord is a good man, but unfortunately, Fang Chen muttered. From the news that came back in the past half a year, Fang Chen learned that Mo Long City's lord didn't know that the Rock Gate had colluded with the Corpse Demon. He didn't believe that the incomparably sacred Rock Gate in his heart could do such a thing. Therefore, he didn't believe Black Dream Realm King's words. Yeah, Mo Long City's lord is loyal and righteous. It's a pity for him. Lu Xingxing also sighed. By the way, have you heard? A month ago, something shocking happened in the Dragon Territory. Suddenly, Lu Xingxing recalled what happened in the Dragon Territory a month ago. What happened? He came from the Dragon Territory, so he was very sensitive to it. I've heard that a mysterious expert came to the Dragon Domain, and with a wave of his hand, the Ouyang family was almost annihilated. Lu Xingkong continued, the news reached the Black Domain not long ago, and I've only just heard about it. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. It is said that the Ouyang family is divided into 2 factions. That mysterious powerhouse doesn't seem to want to destroy the Ouyang family, but is targeting one of the factions. Lu Xingxing continued, according to the news I received, the Ouyang family's Yang faction has been completely destroyed by that mysterious powerhouse. Who is it? Fang Chen frowned. Wasn't the Yang faction the faction that dealt with him? Although the Ouyang family was divided into two factions, the strength of the Yang faction was unquestionable. To be able to destroy the Yang faction with his own strength, this was enough to show that this person's strength had far surpassed the World King realm. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. However, as long as the World City and Ouyang Luoxue were fine, it was fine. Deng deng deng. Just as the two were talking, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Ha ha ha, what's the matter that made the master of the Dream God School come to my Starry Sky Manor? Lu Xingxing didn't turn around and smiled. Rip. The space was torn apart, and an elderly figure slowly walked out from it. As expected of the god of wine. Entering the Starry Sky Manor is like entering a world of wine. I'm already intoxicated. The elderly figure smiled and said, today, no matter what, I have to shamelessly drink a few cups of wine here. Fang Chen seriously sized up the person who came. This person had white hair. Although he looked ordinary, his background was very great. In the entire Black Domain, other than the legendary Domain Lord, he could be considered the second strongest expert. He was the master of the Dream God School. Dream God School Master, please sit. Lu Xingxing pointed to a stone bench and said. The master of the Dream God School didn't pretend and directly sat on the stone bench. He's my good brother. Lu Xingxing gave a simple introduction. Seeing the hesitation on the master of the Dream God School's face, Lu Xingxing said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. He's not an outsider. When Lu Xingxing said this, the master of the Dream God School nodded and said, Lu Xingxing, as you know, my Dream God School has been fighting against the Rock Gate recently. Lu Xingxing didn't say anything and listened quietly. The Rock Gate betrayed the human race and colluded with the Corpse Demon. This is an indisputable fact. However, there are still many sects that are in a wait-and-see state and unwilling to join the war. It's very difficult for my Dream God School to destroy the Rock Gate in one fell swoop. Now, the Demonic Dragon City Lord has led his people to defend Demonic Dragon City. It's very difficult to break through. Dream God School Master, what do you want me to do? Lu Xingxing was a smart person and quickly understood the meaning of the master of the Dream God School. There's a powerful array around Demonic Dragon City. It's said that this array was personally set up by the ancestors of the Rock Gate and is extremely powerful. Breaking through the array with brute force is tantamount to ascending to the heavens, unless you can destroy the core of the array from the inside. The master of the Dream God School spread out his hands and said, but now, the war is still ongoing and there are casualties every day. My Dream God School can't afford to waste time. Furthermore, the Demonic Dragon City Lord has been defending Demonic Dragon City to the death. It's very difficult for us to enter Demonic Dragon City. I came to find you this time because I want you to sneak into Demonic Dragon City and take the opportunity to destroy the core of the array. Don't worry. Once the war is over and the Rock Gate is destroyed, I'll give you half of the Rock Gate's land. From then on, your Starry Sky Manor will be the second most powerful force in the Black Domain. What do you think? Chapter 3266. The primordial chaos was vast and boundless. Generation after generation of humans prospered on this land. During the primordial era, the human race had flourished to its peak. It was an unprecedented era of prosperity. In that era, there had been many powerhouses, and there had been more than one ruler. However, the arrival of the Battle of Godfall had completely extinguished the human race's glorious cradle. Since then, the rulers of the human race had vanished without a trace. The environment of the world had changed, leading to a lack of spiritual energy. The speed of martial artists' cultivation had become slower and slower. After that unprecedented war, the human race had fallen from prosperity to poverty. It was also during this time that the human race had struggled to advance. However, who would have thought that the following path would be even more difficult? Due to the changes in the environment, there was a lack of cultivation resources. Countless regions in the primordial chaos had undergone earth-shattering changes. This also led to fewer and fewer geniuses, and rulers were even more unmatched. After struggling at death's door until the age of chaos, the human race's decline had finally been completely revealed. The human race, who had struggled to advance, finally found a foothold. They were wholeheartedly planning how to return to the glory of the primordial era. The upper echelons of the human race restricted each other and set strict rules. Powerhouses were not allowed to casually interfere or participate in sect wars. Otherwise, they would break the rules. This was also why the master of the Dream God School hadn't personally intervened. Instead, he had come to Lu Xingxing for help. The upper echelons of the human race have a rule. As the master of a sect, I can't interfere in sect wars without the permission of the domain lord. The master of the Dream God School said, the master of the Rock Gate has also thought of this. That's why he has no qualms about the Dream God School and the entire Black Domain. Currently, the city master of Demonic Dragon City was guarding Demonic Dragon City. With the protection of the protective formation, it would be very difficult to break through. Sect Master of the Dream God School. After the master of the Dream God School finished speaking, Lu Xingxing muttered, if even the Dream God School can't solve this problem, how can I, Lu Xingxing, solve it? Lu Xingxing shrugged. He was well aware of his own strength. Sneaking into the Demonic Dragon City was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Once he was discovered by the Demon Dragon City Lord, only death awaited him. But, the master of the Dream God School said, as the master of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor, you have never participated in worldly disputes. He was also known as the God of Wine, and was able to concoct miraculous wine. If you claim to be a wine refiner, the Demon Dragon City Master will definitely let you in. Lu Xingxing shook his head. I'm afraid I don't have that much influence during the battle between Rock Gate and Dream God School. From Lu Xingxing's point of view, it was not that he was unwilling to help, but that there was nothing he could do. The leader of the Dream God School's expression changed, but he didn't give up. He continued, if you can successfully break the core of the formation from the inside, no matter what the final result is, the Dream God School will grant you a spot to enter the Dream God Realm. What do you think? Upon hearing the words Dream God Realm, Lu Xingxing's expression changed slightly. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. I don't need to say it. You should know how precious a spot to enter the Dream God Realm is. Since ancient times, the martial artists who have been able to enter the Dream God Realm are the most outstanding disciples of the Dream God School. They are also the disciples with the greatest potential. After undergoing a transformation, they will become unparalleled powerhouses in the future. The master of the Dream God School said. In the entire Black Domain, there was no one who didn't want to enter the Dream God Realm, and there was no one who didn't know of its name. A spot to enter the Dream God Realm is indeed very tempting. However, I still can't promise you. Sorry, it's not that I don't want to help, but that there's nothing I can do. However, before Lu Xingxing could finish speaking, Fang Chen stopped him. The latter lightly patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder and said with a smile, Big Brother Lu, since the master of the Dream God Sect is inviting you with such great hospitality and has even offered such tempting conditions, it would be inexcusable if you still refuse. But, there are no buts. If you don't try, how will you know if you can't do it? At this point, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the master of the Dream God School. Dream God Sect Master, actually, things aren't as complicated as you think. Oh! The master of the Dream God School looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. Demonic Dragon City is surrounded by the protection of the Great Protective Mountain Array. This Great Protective Mountain Array was personally set up by the ancestors of the Rock Gate. Its strength is almost at the level of an emperor. Your method is certainly feasible, but even if you're lucky enough to sneak in, you might not be able to destroy the core of the array. In the end, you might suffer a double loss. If you can't destroy the core of the array, how can you break the array? The master of the Dream God School asked. As the master of the Dream God School, he had an extraordinary status in the Black Domain. He was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. If the Domain Lord did not appear, he would be the second strongest person. Even the master of the Rock Gate did not dare to act arrogantly in front of him. His strength had long surpassed the World King realm. In front of him, a World King was nothing more than an ant. However, due to the rules, he could not make a move. Among them, in the world of array formations, Destroying the core of the array formation is far more difficult than breaking the array formation. Unless you have unparalleled strength, Fang Chen said slowly. The core of an array formation was the core of an array formation. It moved layer by layer and was constantly operating. Destroying it was easier said than done. On the other hand, it was much easier to break the formation. Of course, when Fang Chen said to break the array formation, he did not mean to completely break it. Instead, he needed to find a flaw and use it to enter. In a battle between experts, a single flaw was enough to change the situation. After the master of the Dream God School heard this, he shook his head. Demonic Dragon City's protective array is very powerful. I've tried its power before. In the World King realm, I really can't think of anyone who can break this array formation, unless they're an Emperor-level artificer. However, in the vast Black Domain, there was not a single Emperor-level artificer. In the path of artificing, how could it be easy to reach the Emperor level? Fang Chen raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers. With 2 spots in the Dream God realm, I can break Demonic Dragon City's protective array. Hearing this, the master of the Dream God School narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He really couldn't think of who gave this guy who was only a realm lord the courage to do this. Dream God Sect Master, this little brother of mine is proficient in array formations. Although he hasn't stepped into the Emperor level, he's not far away. Lu Xingxing introduced at the right time.
Oh.
The master of the Dream God School looked at Fang Chen with interest and grinned. This old man's eyes are blind. I didn't expect little brother to be a powerful artificer. However, this old man has a question. Little brother, since you're so confident in breaking Demonic Dragon City's protective array, I wonder if you know about the Black Killing Dragon array? Fang Chen's lips curled up as he stood with his hands behind his back. The Black Killing Dragon array is the strongest array formation below the Emperor level. It contains 13 types of techniques, 79 types of ores, 365 types of spiritual herbs, and over 10,000 types of special blood. It can only be set up when combined with the Divine Wind Hammer technique. Fang Chen spoke slowly. For ordinary artificers, the Black Killing Dragon array might be unfamiliar. However, for Fang Chen, he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was the strongest array formation below the Emperor level. Every Emperor-level artificer dreamed of being able to set up the Black Killing Dragon array with their own hands. Once they were able to set it up, it meant that they were only one step away from the Emperor level. In fact, the master of the Dream God School had asked Fang Chen casually, but he didn't believe in Fang Chen's ability to set up formations. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the master of the Dream God School gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. There are new talents in every generation, and the new generation surpasses the old. Little brother, you have such a deep understanding of array formations at such a young age. Your future is limitless. The master of the Dream God School said, since you're so confident, I won't say anything else. As long as you can break Demonic Dragon City's protective array and help the Dream God School defeat the Rock Gate, just let me know if you need anything. 2 spots for the Dream God School, no less. Happy working with you. Fang Chen raised his glass and clinked it with the master of the Dream God School. Compared to the chaos in the Black Domain, the Dragon Domain was much quieter. Not long ago, a faction of the Ouyang clan, a top faction in the Dragon Domain, was annihilated overnight. However, it didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, the 2 factions had always been at odds with each other. Now that the other faction was destroyed, the Ouyang clan was truly united. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who the culprit was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On a certain mountain peak in the Dragon Domain, the surroundings were lush and verdant. From time to time, the light of darkness would fall from the sky. A black shadow suddenly appeared. Hiss hiss hiss. The black light instantly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky was covered by black clouds, and the entire space became abnormally dark. Rumble. Terrifying lightning exploded in the void, shaking the earth. A mere faction from a tiny place dares to provoke Star Sovereign. How laughable. The black shadow's face was full of disdain. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the earth below, and said indifferently, Star Sovereign is my woman. No one can provoke her. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be announcing to the world. Boom. He suddenly thrust his palm out, and the void in front of him instantly shattered. A terrifying dark aura filled the entire sky. I, the world devastator demon emperor, have never failed to get what I want. Even if you reincarnate, I still won't give up. Anyone who displeases you, I will kill them. Anything that displeases you, I will do everything I can to destroy it. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will personally pluck them for you. As he spoke, his body was filled with vibrating power. He was like a dark demonic god descending to the world. He, the world devastator demon emperor, had been in seclusion for countless years, and only came out because Star Sovereign had awakened. He would appear in front of the world in the most shocking manner. Chapter 3267. Black Domain, Rock Gate, Demonic Dragon City. The war at Demonic Dragon City had been going on for half a year. During this time, both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, even though the Dream God School had the advantage of time, location, and manpower, they still couldn't break through Demonic Dragon City. This was because, as long as the Dream God School's leader didn't make a move, no one in the Black Domain could break through Demonic Dragon City's protective array. Today, Demonic Dragon City was in ruins. The war had just ended, and the air was filled with the smoke of war. Countless corpses were lying in pools of blood, and the ground was a mess. On the city wall, many people from Rock Gate, led by Demonic Dragon City's leader, stood with their hands behind their backs. They had mocking smiles on their faces. The Dream God School may be strong, but Rock Gate isn't a pushover. If they want to break through Demonic Dragon City, they'll have to pay the price, one of them said in a low voice. That's right. With the protection of the protective array, the Dream God School won't be able to break through Demonic Dragon City. Although Demonic Dragon City has suffered casualties in the past 6 months, the Dream God School's casualties are 3 times more than ours. Right now, they must be heartbroken, right? A few people looked at the blood-soaked wasteland and said calmly, as long as the Dream God School didn't retreat, Demonic Dragon City wouldn't stop fighting. Everyone says that the Dream God School has a strong foundation and that no one in the Black Domain can compare to it. I'd like to see how the Dream God School will continue to fight against Rock Gate in this drawn-out war of attrition. With the geographical advantage of Demonic Dragon City and the powerful protective array, Demonic Dragon City could sit back and relax in the face of the Dream God School's aggressive attacks. They didn't need to worry at all. At this moment, on a small hill 100 miles away from Demonic Dragon City, the Dream God School's members had set up camp. Compared to the people of Demon Dragon City, the atmosphere was even more solemn. My Dream God School has suffered heavy losses in the past 6 months. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, my Dream God School's foundation won't be stable. There will definitely be many forces eyeing my Dream God School. Many of the elders gathered together to discuss the matter. The old man sitting at the head of the table on the left was Elder Da Xian, whom Fang Chen had once saved. Elder Da Xian, what does the sect leader mean? The leading World King Realm elder looked at Elder Darkuan and asked in a low voice. Elder Da Zun was here on behalf of the Dream God School, so the sect master must have something to say. Elder Da Zun waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to be anxious. Then, he looked around at everyone and said slowly, I came here today to tell everyone a piece of good news. Not long ago, the sect master had thought of a way to break through the Demonic Dragon City's protective array. But what? Many elders' eyes lit up as they looked at Elder Da Xian. The protective array is very powerful. If we attack it openly, we will definitely suffer a desperate counterattack from Demon Dragon City. So, we need everyone's cooperation. How do we cooperate? Elder Da Xian, just tell us. The World King Realm Elder waved his hand and said straightforwardly, as long as we can break through Demon Dragon City and end the war, I'll do anything. They were already numb to the war. As long as they could end the war, they were willing to do anything. Rest well for the next few days. 3 days later, we will launch a fierce attack on Demon Dragon City. At that time, everyone will attack with the spirit of facing death with equanimity, Elder Da Xian said. Many elders looked at the latter hesitantly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ha ha! The sect master naturally won't foolishly send you to your deaths. Your fierce attack is just a feint to pin down Demon Dragon City's city lord and the others. The real person carrying out the plan is someone else. As long as you can hold them off for 15 minutes, the protective array will break on its own. Everyone muttered and looked at each other. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. According to the Dream God School's attack schedule for the past 6 months, they would attack every other day. However, this time, there was no movement for 3 whole days. Demon Dragon City's city lord stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back. His black robe fluttered in the wind. His forehead was covered with white hair. In the past 6 months, he felt that he had aged a lot. I wonder how long I can last. Demon Dragon City's city lord's dark eyes looked in the direction of the rock gate. More than once, he had sent back the tragic situation of the battle to the rock gate, but the reply he received was always the same. They told him to defend to the death. His heart wavered more than once. How long should he defend? Was everyone in the rock gate thinking of a countermeasure? Could he resist the fierce attack of the Dream God School by relying on himself? Sigh, I don't care anymore. The Gate Master is my benefactor, and I should sacrifice myself to repay him. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, even if I die, I have to defend Demon Dragon City. Demon Dragon City's city lord sighed. I believe that the Gate Master can think of a countermeasure and lead the rock gate to turn the tide. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard from behind the Demon Dragon City Lord. City Lord. The white-robed elder walked behind Demon Dragon City's city lord and cupped his hands. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Demon Dragon City's city lord was silent. According to the Dream God School's attack schedule for the past 6 months, they will definitely attack us in the next few days. However, it has been 3 whole days, and they haven't done anything. I suspect that they are planning something. You are thinking too much. Demon Dragon City's city lord slowly turned around and said, if they have a plan, they wouldn't have done nothing in the past 6 months. As long as the Dream God School's Sect Guardian Array doesn't make a move, no one will be able to break it. Demon Dragon City's city lord was very confident in the Sect Guardian Array. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a deafening sound. Immediately after, countless roars and shouts resounded through the sky. Not good. The Dream God School has started to attack. The military advisor's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. Whoosh. A dazzling ray of light descended from the sky and violently struck the protective mountain array. The Sect Guardian Array shook, and the entire Demon Dragon City felt a tremor. They finally can't help but make a move. Demon Dragon City's city lord raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky. Demon Dragon City Lord, come up and fight. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder looked down at Demon Dragon City's city lord from above and shouted. Rumble. Demon Dragon City's city lord stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He engaged in a fierce battle with the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder. In the next second, outside Demon Dragon City, a battle broke out everywhere. This time, the Dream God School's attack was very fierce. It seemed that they would not stop until they destroyed Demon Dragon City. Kill them for me. Elder Da Zun led everyone from the Dream God School to launch a fierce attack. Although they did not know what the specific plan was, this was the order of the Dream God School's master. In just 1 minute, many martial artists died tragically on the battlefield. The entire Demon Dragon City was engulfed in the flames of war. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind the Demon Dragon City. Brother Fang, how is it? Lu Xingxing's body tensed up. He was a little nervous. After all, this was a Sect Guardian Array that even the Dream God School could not break. If they failed, they would definitely be surrounded by Demon Dragon City. At that time, whether they could escape unscathed would be a problem. Brother Lu, don't worry. As long as they can hold on for 15 minutes, I will definitely be able to tear a corner of the Sect Guardian Array, Fang Chen said confidently. His attainments in Array Dao had already reached the peak of the half-step martial emperor realm. He could even proudly say that no one below the martial emperor realm could defeat him. Brother Lu, help me protect the sect guardian array. Fang Chen said, try not to be discovered. I have to start looking for the sect guardian array's trajectory. Okay. Lu Xingxing nodded. He stood beside Fang Chen and looked around with sharp eyes. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. Array Dao aura surrounded him. He raised his hands and gently touched the sect guardian array. Buzz. Streams of Array Dao aura were crazily sucked into Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the vast power of Array Dao erupted from his mind and collided with the sect guardian array's power. Hiss. Fang Chen felt like he was in a sea of Array Dao, constantly absorbing its power. Time passed by slowly. 15 minutes was too long for the current Dream God School. In the sky, the battle between the demonic Dragon City Lord and the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder had reached its climax. Below, with the help of the sect guardian array, the people of demonic Dragon City could kill the intruders at a very small price. Dong. Two huge palm prints collided and exploded. The demonic Dragon City Lord and the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder retreated. It's useless. This sect guardian array was personally set up by our Rock Gate's ancestors. Unless you, the Dream God School's master, no one can break it, the demonic Dragon City Lord said in a deep voice. Chumph, the Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon and betrayed the human race. They should be executed. The Dream God School bears the mission of the Black Domain's human race. How can we give up? The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder said coldly, Demonic Dragon, don't be stubborn. Do you want to be a sinner who betrays the human race? Do you want to live in the shadow of death for the rest of your life? In the primordial chaos, the human race ruled. Although the corpse demon survived until now, they can't do anything. The golden age of the human race is about to arrive. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only harm yourself. No need to say more. I won't betray the Rock Gate. I also don't believe that the Rock Gate will betray the human race. The demonic Dragon City Lord flung his sleeve and said coldly, since you insist on attacking, then let's fight. Boom. In the sky, fiery light shot out in all directions. A terrifying aura spread out. No one knew that behind the demonic Dragon City, there was a transcendent world lord. He was trying to tear apart a corner of the sect guardian array and let the people of the Dream God School in. If he succeeded, it would mean that the war that had lasted for half a year would come to an end. The Rock Gate would most likely disappear in the annals of history. Lu Xingxing anxiously guarded the sect guardian array. Can he succeed? Chapter 3268. The foundation of all formations in the world was nothing more than the vast formation Tao that was built up. Every formation displayed in front of the world had a unique concept of Array Tao. Because of the different concepts of Array Tao, the construction process of each formation was very different. At the same time, it also created a clear distinction between the strong and the weak. Strictly speaking, the protective formation that protected demonic Dragon City could be considered an invincible existence among Emperor-level formations. This was because the person who set up the formation had 1 foot in the half-step martial Emperor realm. This was a new test for Fang Chen. Although he had great potential in Array Tao, he had been stuck at a bottleneck all these years, unable to break through. If he could succeed this time, it might be of great benefit to him in the future. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by layers of Array Tao aura. These auras completely covered him. At the same time, the vast power of Array Tao in his palm continuously drilled into the protective formation through his palm. On the battlefield, the battle was abnormally fierce and had entered a white-hot stage. There was only one thought in the minds of the Dream God School, and that was that no matter what, they had to hold back the people of demonic Dragon City for 15 minutes. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still charged forward with indomitable will. Facing the menacing Dream God School, the demonic Dragon City Lord was also very surprised. He thought that the Dream God School must want to seize the opportunity to break through demonic Dragon City in one fell swoop. Chumph, you can't do anything to my demonic Dragon City even after half a year. Don't even think about it today. The demonic dragon city lord said coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a majestic power erupted from his body. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he engaged in battle with the world king powerhouses of the Dream God School. In the sky, the clouds scattered, and the terrifying fluctuations of the battle swept across the land. Outside Demonic Dragon City, the battle between the world lords was also abnormally fierce. One side was protecting Demonic Dragon City, while the other side was trying to waste time. Both sides held nothing back and fought with everything they had. However, they did not notice that as time passed, the mountain guarding formation was changing bit by bit. However, if one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice such minute changes. Behind the Demon Dragon City, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, motionless like a statue. Beside him, Lu Xingxing's body was tense as he looked around. He was afraid that Fang Chen's efforts would be in vain if they were discovered by the Demon Dragon City. Is there any movement? All of a sudden, Lu Xingxing discovered that a ripple had appeared on the protective formation in front of him. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was still a pleasant surprise. Are we going to succeed? His face was filled with an excited smile. Wang. Fang Chen's eyes were still closed as he searched for a solution. However, right at that moment, a stern shout was suddenly heard. Courting death. Immediately after, two figures quickly walked out of Demonic Dragon City. They stood on the city wall and looked at Lu Xingxing and Fang Chen warily. Bastards from the Dream God School, how dare you try to break the protective formation of Demonic Dragon City from the back? Go to hell! The two of them were furious and directly attacked. Die! Lu Xingxing stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of the two. He stretched out his hand and slapped one of them on the chest like a ghost. Crack! The man's chest caved in and he died instantly. The other person who was attacking was stunned for a moment before he roared angrily at the sky, sneak attack. Although Lu Xingxing's attack was fast, his voice still spread out. Crack! Lu Xingxing's hand carried a powerful force and penetrated the man's body. In the sky, the Demonic Dragon City Lord, who was fighting, saw this scene. He lowered his head and was very angry. Kill him for me! The Demonic Dragon City Lord pointed with his hand and Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing's positions were instantly exposed. Stop them for me! On the other side, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder also gave the order. Kill! In Demonic Dragon City, many martial artists quickly rushed toward Fang Chen, wanting to kill him. The battle below once again fell into a very chaotic situation. In the sky, among the clouds, the Demonic Dragon City Lord stood with his hands behind his back. His pitch-black eyes stared at the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder and sneered, I was wondering why the Dream God School was so desperate this time. So this is the reason. Do you think that you can find any array master to break the protective formation of Demonic Dragon City? The Demonic Dragon City Lord laughed wildly. You are too whimsical. It won't be long before you see that array master die from the backlash. Hearing this, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder's expression changed greatly. He suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Chen. Buzz! At this moment, the void trembled. Within the protective formation, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Rumble! Countless ripples appeared above the protective formation. These ripples contained an extremely strong power. They crazily rushed toward Fang Chen from all directions. Not good. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder turned his head and looked at the Demonic Dragon City Lord. He cried out, retreat. Below, Lu Xingxing's expression turned gloomy when he saw this. How dare they invade my Demonic Dragon City? Kill them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingxing and Fang Chen were surrounded. As for the people from the Dream God School who came to rescue them, they were blocked by the formation. Boom! They tried their best to blast away the obstruction, but it was to no avail. At this moment, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder's expression turned completely gloomy. Is the plan going to fail? He shook his head hard, unable to accept the reality in front of him. Even Elder Da Zun, who was leading the people from the Dream God School, was shocked when he saw Fang Chen. The reason he was able to survive was entirely because of Fang Chen's righteous actions. Now that Fang Chen was in danger, how could Elder Da Zun just sit by and watch? Retreat. In just a few seconds, the demonic Dragon City Lord controlled the protective formation to expand continuously. A crazy power swept through the world. He wanted to use this opportunity to wipe out the invaders from the Dream God School in one fell swoop. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder shouted. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with horror as they began to retreat. Elder Da Zun. Suddenly, a black figure in the crowd rushed in the direction of Lu Xingxing. Seeing this, everyone roared. However, in just a breath, Elder Da Zun's figure was drowned by the vast aura of the formation. All of you must die. The demonic Dragon City Lord looked down at the ground from above and sneered. Poochie. As soon as Elder Da Zun rushed in, many attacks landed on him, causing him to be seriously injured and fall in front of Fang Chen. Lu Xingxing. Elder Da Zun glanced at Lu Xingxing, who shook his head. You shouldn't have rushed in. He saved my life. How can I sit by and do nothing at this time of danger? Elder Da Zun stood up with difficulty and fought side by side with Lu Xingxing. What? The great god of wine, do you think an old man like me will drag you down? Lu Xingxing shook his head. His deep eyes looked at Fang Chen, and then he said firmly, if you want to kill my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The aura in the void became more and more oppressive. The people of demonic Dragon City kept approaching. The powerful aura made Lu Xingxing and Elder Da Zun a little breathless. This was a situation of certain death, unless Fang Chen could break the formation before the other party launched a large-scale attack. But could he do it? Even Lu Xingxing gave up. He didn't think that Fang Chen could do it in a few seconds. Brother Fang, even if I die, I will die before you. To be able to know you in this life, I can die without regrets. Lu Xingxing sighed. Starlight shone around him. He took out a jar of soul-refining wine and gulped it down. Crack. After drinking, he slammed the jar on the ground. Kill. Lu Xingxing and Elder Da Zun looked at each other and instantly rushed into the crowd. One after another, shocking attacks exploded in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and searching for the weakness of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying rays of light burst out from his eyes. I see. His mind was filled with the power of formation. Just now, with the mountain guarding formation as the foundation, he actually comprehended the supreme formation that he had never comprehended before. Buzz. Rays of light shone from his body, and the power of formation flowed endlessly. Thailand's busty female streamer's new erotic video exposed pouncing on the male protagonist so hungry_thirsty_. Please follow WeChat's official account and watch it online. MyMy222, long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 3269. Fang Chen slowly stood up. As he stood there, he was like a natural array formation that had existed since time immemorial. In his mind, a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life with a trace of a melodious voice echoed. The great Tao is simple, all paths lead to the same destination. Array Tao, martial Tao, soul Tao, refining Tao, and so forth. Every Tao was completely different. However, when these Taos were cultivated to the end, they could all step to the peak. In the eyes of the world, those with different Taos could not work together. But, who could truly understand that the great Tao was simple, all paths lead to the same destination? Fang Chen slowly lifted a finger. The vast power of the array Tao gathered at his fingertip, sparkling with light. Only bystanders can better understand the trajectory of the array Tao. Fang Chen murmured. His understanding of the Tao of formations had reached a whole new level. He pointed his finger and the brilliant light of the array Tao rapidly spread out in the void. When the light of the array Tao completely spread out, an array Tao storm appeared in the void. The source of the storm was Fang Chen's finger. Bang! Just as Lu Xingxing and Elder Da Zun had given up on fighting and were preparing to welcome death, a vast aura suddenly erupted. Then, something that made everyone tremble happened. Even a peak world king powerhouse couldn't break through the mountain protecting array, but a crack actually appeared. Success! The first to discover this was naturally the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder. He was wild with joy. Ha ha ha, success! He crazily roared. The many disciples below also cried out in joy. Catcher! As soon as the crack appeared, it rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks had appeared on the mountain protecting array. These cracks finally wove together, forming a faintly discernible illusory door. Dong! Seeing this, Fang Chen pointed his finger once more. Boundless array Dao power condensed into a line that rapidly shot out in the direction Fang Chen pointed. When this line that contained extremely strong formation power came into contact with the illusory door, a crisp sound resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the part where the cracks intersected with each other suddenly collapsed. A gap had appeared in the mountain protecting grand array. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous roar resounded outside the Demon Dragon City. Damn it! The Demon Dragon City Lord, who was controlling the mountain protecting array, noticed that something was wrong and immediately tried to repair it. However, it was useless. Hurry up and retreat into the demonic Dragon City, he roared hysterically. At the same time, he took a large stride forward and charged into the grand protective formation. He wanted to use his powerful strength to fill the gap in the formation. Hoo hoo hoo. The warriors who had surrounded Lu Xingxing and Elder Da Xian retreated quickly, their faces full of fear. A gap had actually appeared in the indestructible protective mountain array. This was a fact that they could not accept. The martialists who had originally intended to kill Lu Xingxing and Elder Da Xian were now panic-stricken as they quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they retreated into the demonic Dragon City. Ha ha ha, it worked. The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder laughed heartily. He waved his hand, and a majestic power condensed into a fire dragon that swooped down. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. A large number of Rock Gate disciples died in the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, the Demon Dragon City Lord bared his teeth and screamed crazily. However, it was to no avail. The reason why the demonic Dragon City had been able to withstand the Dream God School's onslaught for half a year was because of the indestructible mountain protecting array. The Demon Dragon City Lord, who had made a solemn vow, now had an extremely grave expression. Looking at his disciple lying in a pool of blood, his heart ached to the extreme. However, despite the pain, he quickly calmed down. He waved his hand and began to control the mountain protecting array, wanting to repair the gap. We can't let them in. The Demon Dragon City Lord's eyes were scarlet. He crazily urged the power in his body to repair the gap. He knew that once the Dream God School entered through the gap, the demonic Dragon City would be destroyed. Charge! Kill anyone who dares to stop us. The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder took the lead and rushed toward the gap. Wang! A halo of power suddenly appeared at the gap. This was the Demon Dragon City Lord using his own power to temporarily form a barrier to block the Dream God School's attack. However, in the face of the mighty Dream God School's army, his actions were somewhat powerless. Demon Dragon, give up. With a bang, the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder's fist fiercely bombarded the halo of power. In an instant, cracks appeared on the halo of power. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread and finally shattered with a loud bang. The gap opened again, and the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder took the lead to enter. He fiercely fought with the Demon Dragon City Lord. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Seeing this, the Demon Dragon City Lord's heart was filled with despair. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky, fiercely fighting with the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder. Without him blocking the gap, a torrent of power flooded in from the gap. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the mighty army of the Dream God School passed through the gap and entered the demonic Dragon City. A bloody war had officially begun. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was at the back of the demonic Dragon City, gently nodded as he watched this scene. Isn't this too cruel? Hearing those miserable screams, Lu Xingxing shook his head and sighed. They're innocent. Colluding with the corpse demon wasn't something that these low-level disciples could decide. They didn't even know about it. However, They were involved in this war and lost their lives because of it. This is the reality. Since they chose to fight for the Rock Gate, the outcome is already decided, Elder Da Xian said in a deep voice as he patted the dirt off his clothes. From his words, it seemed that he hated the corpse demon very much. But soon, he turned to look at Fang Chen, his heart full of shock. I didn't expect that this time, it would still be little brother who saved me. Elder Da Xian cupped his fists and thanked him. My life was given to me by little brother. If you need anything in the future, just ask. If I, Da Xian, frown, may I be struck by lightning. Elder Da Xian, you don't have to be like this. Fang Chen hurriedly supported Elder Da Xian and said with a smile, if Elder Da Xian and Big Brother Lu hadn't joined forces to stop the Rock Gate's attack, I might have been killed by them. Fang Chen was quite touched that Elder Da Xian was able to save him without hesitation at that critical moment. He had no regrets even if he had to die. The three of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. I have to say, little brother, your strength is too strong. Even the Dream God School's protective mountain array was helpless against you. You are really amazing. Elder Da Xian was full of praise for Fang Chen. He came this time to deliver a message on behalf of the Dream God School's master. Although he knew that the latter already had a detailed plan, he didn't expect that they would invite Fang Chen to break the array. Most importantly, Fang Chen turned the tide and broke the protective mountain array. His action directly changed the situation of the battle. It even changed the situation in the Black Domain. Amazing. Lu Xingxing also gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. This protective mountain array is very strong. I was also lucky to be able to open a gap with great difficulty. Fang Chen said modestly. However, Elder Da Xian and Lu Xingxing knew better than anyone that not any array master could open a gap in the protective mountain array. Moreover, it was in such a short period of time. In their hearts, Fang Chen was the true chosen one. The strength of Demonic Dragon City's master is comparable to the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder. The two of them shouldn't be able to do anything to each other. As for the other Rock Gate disciples in Demonic Dragon City, they won't be able to resist the Dream God School's attack. Fang Chen said softly, once Demonic Dragon City falls, the Dream God School will be able to attack the Rock Gate en masse. When the time comes, they will destroy the Rock Gate in one fell swoop. At this point, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the blue sky with his pitch-black eyes. In his heart, he vaguely felt that the Rock Gate wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Rock Gate's master must know the importance of Demonic Dragon City. Why didn't he ask about it? Where was that drop of Emperor's blood? Since the corpse demon colluded with the Rock Gate, why did he sit by and do nothing? Chapter 3270. When Fang Chen tore a hole in the protective mountain array of the Demonic Dragon City, the city's fate was sealed. Given the strength of the Dream God School and its countless years of heritage, even the entire Rock Gate might not be able to stop it, let alone the Demonic Dragon City. Fang Chen stood outside the Demonic Dragon City with his hands behind his back. He quietly listened to the miserable screams coming from within the city. The Demonic Dragon City was currently engulfed in the flames of war. The smell of blood permeated the entire sky. I'll go in and help the two of you. Elder Da Xian cupped his fists at the two of them. His figure flashed as he entered the Demonic Dragon City and joined the battle. Lu Xingxing glanced at Fang Chen and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel that the war is too cruel?" Fang Chen remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Lu Xingxing's words. The latter shook his head gently and said, "You're still young. You've cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. You've experienced too little. That's why you have such thoughts. 10 billion years is an epoch. I don't know how many epochs have passed since the formation of the primordial chaos. Even from the ancient times until now, there have been countless epochs. Very few people have been able to survive from the ancient times. The changes of time have led to great changes in the world. In the long river of time, there have been endless disputes. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be conflicts. This was the law of history. It was unavoidable. What you've seen is only the most one-sided. The Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon. Once their plan succeeds, the human race will suffer heavy losses. When that happens, the human race's casualties will be unimaginable. The Dream God School is only protecting the interests of the human race. Lu Xingkong continued, perhaps, you might think that these lower-level disciples are innocent because they don't have the authority to make any decisions regarding the Demon Rock sect. After the incident, they rushed to the forefront of the battle. To them, this is unfair. However, have you ever thought that there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world? Fairness will never exist. Your so-called fairness is only relative. At this point, Lu Xingxing walked over to Fang Chen's side and gently patted his shoulder. Once you've experienced the wind and rain, you'll understand that everything in the world is but a fleeting cloud. Once you've cultivated for countless years and epochs, you'll realize their life and death are not that important. The Demon Rock sect's headquarters, inside a magnificent golden pagoda. Boom! A furious voice could be heard coming from it. Immediately after, someone roared at the sky, seeming to be extremely angry. How could this be? Demon Dragon City is protected by an ancestral protective array. How could the Dream God School break through it? The black-robed Rock Gate Lord clenched his fists. His face was ferocious and his heart was filled with rage. When he heard that Demon Dragon City had fallen, he couldn't believe it. I know how powerful the protective array is. Unless the sect master of the Dream God School makes a move, no one in the entire Black Domain can break through it, the Rock Gate Lord said coldly. That's right. Demon Dragon City's protective array has been holding off the Dream God School for half a year. How could it be broken through today? An old man covered in black light sitting on a wooden armchair said eerily. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely notice the evil corpse demon aura on him. He was the only survivor of the corpse demon branch in the Black Domain. When Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing joined forces to destroy the corpse demon stronghold, he was coincidentally out to discuss some matters with the Rock Gate Lord. That was how he managed to survive. Now, he was extremely shocked to hear this news. Could it be that the mysterious Domain Master has appeared? When the words Domain Master were mentioned, the atmosphere in the Golden Pagoda instantly became tense. The Rock Gate Lord and First Elder turned their heads and stared straight at the corpse demon. Aside from you and the sect master of the Divine Illusion sect, only the elusive Domain Lord could break through the mountain-protecting Grand Array. The corpse devil clansman shrugged and continued to speculate. The Rock Gate Lord pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Impossible. The Domain Master has been missing for more than 300 million years. How could he appear now? Moreover, if the Domain Master really appeared and learned that the Rock Gate was colluding with the corpse demon, he would definitely kill his way to the headquarters of the Rock Gate. After thinking for a moment, everyone rejected this guess. Then what's going on? Everyone's hearts were in a mess. Could it be that the Dream God School had invited an Emperor-level array master? Before the demonic Dragon City Lord died, he sent a message, but because his injuries were too severe, the message was intermittent, the First Elder said. In the message, he said that the Dream God School has already broken through the demonic Dragon City, and what? The Rock Gate Lord asked. He didn't finish what he was going to say. Bang! The Rock Gate Lord punched the armchair beside him. With a crack, the armchair turned into countless wood shavings and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the corpse demon's stupidity, how could the Rock Gate have been discovered? The Rock Gate Lord glared at the corpse demon. You, the corpse demon, have to bear all the responsibility for the Rock Gate's current state. Tell me, what should we do now? Now that the demonic Dragon City has fallen, the Dream God School will definitely come here as soon as possible. The Rock Gate's strength is not enough to stop the Dream God School's invasion. Therefore, the only way is for you to follow me out of the Black Domain and go to the other branch of the corpse demon. You want me to give up the Rock Gate that I've worked so hard to build? The Rock Gate Lord was clearly unwilling. Then what do you think we should do? Can you stop the Dream God School's attack? The Rock Gate Lord didn't know how to answer the corpse demon's question. He lowered his head and fell into silence. The atmosphere in the Golden Pagoda was stifling. Wisps of cold wind blew past. After a long while, the Rock Gate Lord gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to the forbidden area. The first elder and the corpse demon's eyes lit up when they heard this. Needless to say, they knew what the Rockgate Lord was going to do. I hope it works. The first elder prayed in his heart. The battle of demonic Dragon City had lasted for half a year. Today, it finally came to an end. No one would have thought that the person who changed the outcome of the battle was actually a transcendent world lord. If someone had said this before the battle, everyone would have thought that they were crazy. But now, all the survivors of the Dream God School who had participated in the battle were filled with respect for Fang Chen. They admired Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts and treated him as their savior. Ha ha ha, this time, it's all thanks to little brother and the God of Wine's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for the Dream God School to conquer demonic Dragon City. The battle had ended, and demonic Dragon City was completely destroyed. The demonic Dragon City's city lord had also committed suicide in the flames of war. The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder walked out of demonic Dragon City and laughed when he saw Fang Chen and the others. Elder, there's no need for that. Lu Xingxing smiled and said, we were entrusted by the sect master to do this for the sake of humanity. The World King Realm Elder waved his hand. No matter what, Fang Chen had contributed greatly by tearing a hole in the protective array. The two of you, now that demonic Dragon City has been destroyed, I plan to strike while the iron is hot and lead the army directly to the Rockgate headquarters. Since the two of you have worked so hard, please come to the Dream God School. When we return in triumph, we will definitely entertain the two of you. Elder. Fang Chen suddenly said, I hate the corpse demon very much. Can I participate in the encirclement of the Rock Gate? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the World King Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Of course. Brother Fang, if you participate, our chances of victory will be even greater. He had previously thought of inviting Fang Chen to participate, but he was afraid that the latter would be unwilling. Now that Fang Chen was willing to participate, he definitely wouldn't refuse. In that case, I will also go with Brother Fang. Lu Xingxing said. Ha ha ha, on behalf of the Dream God School and the entire human race of the Black Domain, I thank the two of you for your righteousness. The World King Realm Elder smiled and cupped his hands. I will first deal with the aftermath of demonic Dragon City. Then, we will set off together. Please don't be impatient. Hoo. After the World King Realm Elder left, Lu Xingxing looked at Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, do you want to search for the legendary Emperor blood? Fang Chen didn't hide anything from Lu Xingxing and nodded lightly. My cultivation has been stuck at the Transcendent World Lord realm for a long time. I always felt that I needed an opportunity to break through to the World King realm. And this drop of Emperor blood is the opportunity. Chapter 3271. It had to be said that the Dream God School was powerful. In just half a day, they had completely suppressed demonic Dragon City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew past. The gap in the protective array seemed to tell the world the final outcome of demonic Dragon City. The traces of battle still remained in the city. The bloodstains on the ground had gradually dried up. Those martial artists who died in the battle had also been collectively buried. No matter what, they were once fellow humans. Now that they had fallen, their enmity was naturally wiped away with a smile. A portion of them were left behind to guard demonic Dragon City. The remaining vast army followed the World King Realm Elders and headed straight for the Rockgate's nest. Dream God School. After the fantasy sect master heard the news of victory from the front lines, a smile appeared on his face. This child is so young and already has such a cultivation in the array Dao. His future achievements are limitless. The fantasy sect master muttered. He increasingly felt that Fang Chen was different from the rest. His role in this battle is irreplaceable. After the battle is over and the rock gate is destroyed, we must rope him in. The fantasy sect master was even thinking about how to form an alliance with the Starry Sky Mountain Villa to further rope in Fang Chen. To be able to reach his position, whether it was in terms of foresight or courage, they were both incomparable to ordinary people. This was probably the method of those in power. Half a month later, the Dream God School's vast army finally arrived at the headquarters of the Rock Gate. At the end of the wasteland was an incomparably prosperous city. This city was the headquarters of the Rock Gate, demonic rock city. From afar, demonic rock city looked like a rock that was about to spread its wings and soar. Its two protruding wings gave off a very shocking visual effect. According to legend, the ancestor of the Rock Gate was once related to the Rock race. His bloodline even contains a trace of the Rock race's bloodline. The leading World King Realm Elder said, "The rise of the Rock Gate also has a lot to do with the Rock race. Therefore, the buildings of demonic Rock City look like a rock spreading its wings and soaring." Fang Chen took a closer look. It really did look like it. Over the years, the Rock Gate has risen very quickly. However, generation after generation, cracks gradually appeared in their relationship with the Rock clan. As a result, they have nothing to do with the Rock clan now. In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the first time he met Realm Lord Han and the others. They were hunting the Rock clan's clansmen. Be careful. The Rock Gate's leader is extraordinarily strong. Although the sect master is a deterrent, we still have to be careful. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a human being. The Dream God School was here to destroy the Rock Gate. If they forced the Rock Gate master into a corner, he would definitely go berserk and attack like crazy. Even if the sect master of the illusory fantasy sect acted to block it, it would still affect them. This was an unrivaled powerhouse that surpassed the World King realm. The methods they possessed weren't something they could compare with. Boom. Just as they were talking, suddenly, in the sky above demonic Peng City, a blinding light soared into the sky. Dong. This light exploded in the air, turning into countless flashes of golden light that flickered endlessly. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure soared into the sky. The flashing golden light crazily covered the surface of his body. An aura of death spread out. The entire world seemed to fall into a land of death. Fang Chen could clearly see that the weeds on the ground withered and fell after being swept by the aura of death. Fang Chen was shocked. What kind of terrifying method was this? It was too shocking. Not good. It's the Rock Gate Master. Lu Xingxing cried out in alarm. Fang Chen looked over and instantly felt his head shake. He felt dizzy. What a strong strength. With just a glance, he felt his mind shake. The strength of the Rock Gate Master had surpassed Fang Chen's imagination. This is a powerful existence that surpassed the World King realm. Looking at the entire Black Domain, besides the Domain Master, there were only 2 people who had reached this level. The Rock Gate Master was one of them. The Dream God School has gone too far. A terrifying aura swept across the land. The mighty army of the Dream God School was shaken to the point of dizziness. After stabilizing their footing with great difficulty, they heard an explosive sound in their ears. The Rock Gate Master floated in the air. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked ahead and said calmly. However, his words were filled with boundless killing intent. Catcher. As the Rock Gate Master's voice fell, he gently pointed his finger. Suddenly, space-time collapsed. A spatial storm swept out as if to bury everyone in space-time. Dong dong dong. An imposing figure descended from the sky, blocking the space-time storm. Catcher. His fists bombarded the spatial storm. The extremely terrifying spatial storm was forcibly dispersed by his fist. This sudden change made the mighty army of the Dream God School excited. It's the Sect Master. Ha ha ha, the Sect Master is here. Many people were celebrating. The Sect Master of the Dream God School had arrived. Fang Chen's gaze was also sizing up the person who had arrived. His entire body was enveloped in golden light, as if he was a peerless king bathed in gold. After destroying the spatial storm, he stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The great Rock Gate Master disregarded your status and attacked the weak. Ch, your Dream God School wants to destroy my Rock Gate, and you don't allow me to do anything?" The Rock Gate Master sneered, tit for tat. The Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon. Just this crime alone is enough to completely destroy your Rock Gate. The Dream God School Master said, "This war belongs to them. With our strength, if we attack, the entire Black Domain will sink. How will we explain it to the Domain Master then?" The Domain Master was the most terrifying existence. It was also the existence that the Dream God School Master was most afraid of. At their level, They could destroy the world with a wave of their hand. Once he made a move, he would definitely beat the black region into a mess, causing a great deal of suffering. This was not the result he wanted to see. Therefore, at the beginning of the war, he warned the Rock Gate Master that both sides could not attack. The war would be left to the people below to fight. Ha ha, the Rock Gate Master laughed sinisterly. What a hypocrite. The Dream God School has always seen my Rock Gate as a thorn in their side. They want to destroy us and then unify the Black Domain. Everyone knows of your ambition. But now, you want to use this as an excuse to start a war. What a joke. The Dream God School Master shook his head. Whether or not the Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon, I don't need to say more. The eyes of the world are as clear as snow. What you've done today shows that you don't deserve to be a human. Boom. The Dream God School Master suddenly attacked. His thunderous fist was as fast as lightning and ruthlessly smashed into the Rock Gate Master's body. Crack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Rock Gate Master's body shattered. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart trembled. How could the Rock Gate Master be killed so easily? But soon, he saw through it. That's a projection. As expected, the Dream God School Master spoke. Is there any meaning in letting a projection stop me? His gaze turned to the depths of demonic Peng City. Damn it! An angry roar came from the depths of demonic Peng City. Immediately after, a frightening power spread out rapidly. Dong dong dong. In a flash, Fang Chen felt the black hole bloodline power in his body become restless. What's going on? He could not control the black hole bloodline. Even the other 50 special bloodlines were completely out of his control. The black hole bloodline has never acted so crazily before. Could it be that the Emperor bloodline really exists? At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were burning, and his heart was on fire. Whoosh! A black light soared into the sky, carrying with it boundless power. It descended in front of the Dream God School Master. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This person was the Rock Gate Master's true body. His aura was monstrous, and his scarlet eyes were fixed on the Dream God School Master. Dong dong dong. The black hole bloodline pulsed faster and faster. Fang Chen's face was pale, and his body seemed unable to withstand it. What should I do? Fang Chen felt that if this continued, the black hole bloodline would burst his body. Let's go. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and used the rock movement technique to disappear into the crowd. As expected of the second of the 3 strongest people in the Black Domain. Just standing there without moving, his aura alone is enough to suppress everything in the world. Lu Xingxing sighed. He turned around and was about to speak to Fang Chen when he suddenly realized that Fang Chen had disappeared. Where's Brother Fang? Chapter 3272. Imperial blood was the blood of an Emperor realm expert. It was too tempting for Fang Chen. With the Dream God School's master in front of demonic Peng City, the Rock Gate's master had no time to divert his attention. It was impossible for him to care about the Imperial blood. As for the others, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. They were thinking about how to deal with the Dream God School's large-scale attack. This time, if they made any mistakes, it would affect the outcome of the entire Rock Gate. Therefore, they were very cautious. Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. He could easily control the flow of time around him. When combined with the rock movement technique, his speed was even faster. He continued to travel through the void and easily entered demonic Peng City. Whoosh! At this time, the streets of demonic Peng City were densely packed. Countless martial artists stood there, waiting for the impending battle. Fang Chen's figure entered the void and moved forward quickly. The black hole bloodline's abnormality is getting stronger. Fang Chen took a deep breath and muttered. His gaze fell on the forbidden area of the Rock Gate. There was a faint and powerful aura slowly coming from there. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the forbidden area of the Rock Gate. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly realized that there was a black shadow in the forbidden area. Moreover, what surprised him was that this black shadow had the aura of the Corpse Demon. Corpse Demon? Fang Chen was stunned. Soon after, an ice-cold killing intent surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. He had joined forces with Lu Xingxing to completely eliminate the corpse demon branch in the black abyss. He did not expect that there would be a fish that escaped the net. "Ch, the Rock Gates people are courting death," Fang Chen said coldly. In the sky above demonic Peng City, the Rock Gate Lord's tall and mighty body was surrounded by an extremely terrifying power. This power could topple mountains and overturn seas, as though it could destroy the world. At this moment, the Rock Gate's owner displayed an extremely strong performance. Each and every one of his actions affected the hearts of countless Devil Rock sect members. They were secretly praying that the schoolmaster would be able to stop the Dream God School's invasion with absolute power. Boom! Vast and mighty power swept across the entire sky. The owner of the Rock Gate gently pointed his finger, and the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A frightening spatial storm took shape in an instant and rapidly headed for the Dream God School. Seeing this, the master of the Dream God School sneered and struck out with his palm. A force that seemed both real and illusory collided with the spatial storm. Crack! The void shattered, and a spatial storm exploded, causing the earth to tremble. The scorching heat waves engulfed many cultivators, causing their bodies to sway. "Don't you think there's no need to use such petty tricks between us?" the Dream God School's owner mocked. The Rock Gate's owner's cultivation was at the same level as his, but his overall strength was slightly weaker. This was also why the Dream God School had been the dominant force in the Black Domain all these years, while the Rock Gate had never been able to become a super first-rate force. Does the Dream God School really want to start a war with the Rock Gate? The Rock Gate's owner gritted his teeth and said coldly. Whoosh! The Dream God School's owner flung his sleeves, causing his clothes to flutter in the wind. Since the Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon and betrayed the human race, you should have thought of this. You should be glad that the upper echelons of the human race didn't take the Rock Gate seriously, giving the Rock Gate a chance to breathe. Otherwise, the Rock Gate would have ceased to exist. In the vast primordial chaos, the human race reigned supreme. The leader of the human race was made up of countless human powerhouses. Everyone had a different division of labor, but their goal was the same: to protect the human race. Of course, as the strongest human powerhouses, they couldn't chase after the corpse demon, which was spread all over the primordial chaos. They only needed to keep an eye on the corpse demon's upper echelons and think of ways to destroy them. As for the other corpse demon, they would communicate with the other major forces to deal with them. As the dominant force in the Black Domain, the Dream God School naturally carried the banner of destroying the corpse demon. Of course, the Dream God School also had some selfish motives in this war. After all, the Rock Gate had always wanted to replace the Dream God School and become the true dominant force in the Black Domain. If they could destroy the Rock Gate, the Dream God School's position would be unshakable. Of course, this alone wasn't enough for the Dream God School to start a world-shaking war. The most important reason was still the corpse demon. Since ancient times, the human race and the corpse demon were irreconcilable enemies. In ancient times, the corpse demon massacred the human race. The entire primordial chaos was filled with rivers of blood, and countless lives were plunged into misery and suffering. The human race rose up and resisted. After much difficulty, they suppressed the corpse demon and took control of the primordial chaos. Naturally, they wouldn't give the corpse demon any chance to breathe. However, the corpse demon was a special race. Under the absolute suppression of the human race, it still managed to survive. Now, as long as it had anything to do with the corpse demon, it would definitely cause the human race to suppress it. Even now, the Rock Gate Master refused to admit that he was in cahoots with the corpse demon. You keep saying that the Rock Gate is in cahoots with the corpse demon. Do you have any evidence? Faced with the Rock Gate Master's questioning, the Dream God School Master muttered, Lu Xingxing saw with his own eyes that your people from the Rock Gate went to the Black Abyss to find the corpse demon and discuss a plan. You still want to quibble? Lu Xingxing. The Rock Gate Master's lips curled up, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. What authority does his words have? Although Lu Xingxing was known as the god of wine, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Rock Gate Master. If the Dream God School can produce sufficient evidence to prove that the Rock Gate is in cahoots with the corpse demon, I will personally destroy the Rock Gate without you saying anything. But now, without evidence, you want me to surrender without a fight based on your conjectures? That's impossible. Even the supreme experts of the human race wouldn't act without evidence. The Rock Gate Master's aura became stronger and stronger. Signs of distortion appeared on his face, and scarlet light shot out from his eyes. The Rock Gate didn't even ask the Dream God School for an explanation, but you came here to destroy the Rock Gate. How laughable, he said coldly. Today, the entire Rock Gate will defend demonic Peng City to the death. Anyone who dares to step into demonic Peng City will be killed without mercy. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and swords were drawn. The atmosphere in the void was extremely solemn. Whoosh. Right at this critical moment of imminent peril, a black shadow suddenly shot out explosively from the depths of Fiend Peng City. The Dream God School Master and the Rock Gate Master turned to look at the same time. That's, the illusory divine sect's sect master saw the black shadow shooting towards them. It was a corpse. And this corpse contained an extremely strong aura of the corpse demon. Corpse demon. Rock Gate Master, what do you have to say now? The Dream God School Master stomped his foot, and a terrifying power attacked him as he questioned loudly. The Rock Gate Master didn't expect things to turn out this way. Die. The Rock Gate Master attacked first, and his body transformed into a dazzling black light, carrying endless power as he charged toward the Dream God School Master. The Rock Gate betrayed the human race and should be executed. As the Dream God School Master's voice fell, the mighty army charged into demonic Peng City. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 top experts instantly entered into an intense battle. In the forbidden area of the Back Mountain. After several rounds of searching, Fang Chen arrived at the cave and saw the bronze coffin quietly placed there. He could hear the sounds of killing. It's an all-out war, Fang Chen said softly. He had killed the corpse demon with lightning speed and then thrown it into the sky. This was the fuse that triggered the all-out war. And at this moment, he didn't care about the war. His eyes were fixed on the bronze coffin. This bronze coffin isn't simple. I can feel a very strong repulsive force. Fang Chen muttered. He carefully approached the bronze coffin, but he felt an invisible barrier obstructing his advance. Buzz. Around the bronze coffin, there were faint ripples of void space that seemed to be protecting it. Whoosh. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a series of hand seals slammed into the void. The barrier formed by the void ripples instantly shattered. In just an instant, the bronze coffin was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the black hole bloodline in his body could no longer be suppressed and crazily rushed out of his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The mighty black hole bloodline circled above the bronze coffin like a mushroom cloud. KACHA. Chapter 3273. The bronze coffin was about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. It was rectangular and seemed to have existed since ancient times. There were some complicated patterns on the coffin lid. As a talisman master, Fang Chen could tell at a glance that the patterns were very complicated and profound talismans. The closer he got to the coffin, the stronger the gravity became. It was as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the Emperor realm, so he was strong enough to resist the pressure. Crack. A crisp sound came from the bronze coffin. Fang Chen's gaze was instantly attracted. The bronze coffin moved. This meant that the Emperor blood in the bronze coffin was also affected by the black hole bloodline and had undergone an abnormal change. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said, as expected of one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. It can even affect Emperor blood. The black hole bloodline hovered above the bronze coffin like a mushroom cloud. It released a powerful bloodline power and constantly washed the bronze coffin. Buzz. The descending bloodline power made contact with the patterns on the coffin lid and exploded with a dazzling light. As time passed, the bronze coffin moved more and more. However, Fang Chen was troubled. He tried to use his Emperor realm power to forcibly move the coffin lid. However, he found that the coffin lid was too heavy. He used all his strength but couldn't move it. Whoosh. Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Chen calmed down. What should I do? Although the black hole bloodline was suppressing the talisman power on the coffin lid, allowing him to move the lid without any distractions. However, the problem in front of him was that his Emperor realm power couldn't move the coffin lid at all. What should he do? Countless methods flashed through Fang Chen's mind. However, in the end, he rejected all of them. In the outside world, the battle in demonic Rock City had reached its climax. On the streets, blood flowed like rivers and corpses were piled up like mountains. After all, the Rock Gate's foundation was not as strong as the Dream God School's. After a fierce battle, it quickly showed signs of decline. Only the Rock Gate Lord was holding on bitterly. Bang! A heavy blow forced the Rock Gate's owner back. The latter's body was in a sorry state. It's time for everything to end. The head of the Dream God School said coldly, Rock Gate. If you take the wrong path, you have to pay the price in blood. Damn it. The Rock Gate Lord's face was ferocious as he roared in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Rock Gate Lord stomped his foot, causing the entire void to tremble. Above his head, the terrifying power of the Soul Tao condensed into a terrifying spear that pierced towards the master of the Dream God School. However, right at this moment, his heart shook, and he suddenly turned his head to look towards the depths of Devil Peng City. Boom! Overflowing hatred gushed out from the Demon Rock Sect master's body. Someone is moving the bronze coffin. His figure flickered, wanting to head to the forbidden grounds. The Archblood was the Rock Gate's last hope. If it was destroyed, the Rock Gate would be completely destroyed. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow anyone to get close to the bronze coffin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was above the forbidden grounds in the back mountains. His powerful divine sense spread out and discovered Fang Chen. Damn you! A transcendent world lord actually wanted to obtain the Archblood. What a joke! Boom boom boom! He slammed his palm down, and it was as if Mount Tai was crashing down. The terrifying palm print swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. Rock Gate Lord, you can't escape. The Dream God School Lord's angry roar came from behind. At the same time, a powerful attack whistled through the air. Dong dong dong! The Rock Gate Lord and the Dream God School Lord once again engaged in an intense battle. Not good. Fang Chen sensed the majestic palm print swooping down. His heart trembled and he wanted to dodge. This was an all-out attack from an existence that surpassed the World King realm. It was so powerful that even if he activated his the Archrealm body, he wouldn't be able to block it. His face was slightly pale. Under this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Hiss hiss hiss. However, just as he was panicking, the mushroom-shaped black hole bloodline suddenly erupted with the power of the black hole bloodline. This bloodline power carried with it endless power, forming a powerful barrier in the air and forcibly blocking the majestic palm print. Catcher. The majestic palm print was too powerful, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Seeing this, Fang Chen clenched his teeth and took a step forward, arriving above the copper coffin. Open. He used all his strength to lift the coffin lid. Catcher. The barrier in the sky had already shattered, and the majestic palm print swooped down. Fang Chen felt despair. Was he going to die here today? He wasn't willing. Fight. In a flash, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he shook his wrist and crazily activated the black hole bloodline in his body, gathering it in his palm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of the black hole bloodline gathered, and Fang Chen suddenly pointed his finger. Boom. When his finger touched the lid of the coffin, cracks began to appear on the talismans. In the blink of an eye, the talismans shattered into pieces. Bang! Fang Chen's body was directly overturned by the terrifying power and fell to the ground. The coffin lid was lifted, and a terrifying power rushed out of the bronze coffin. It fiercely hit the palm print that swooped down and shattered it easily. Seeing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, his injured body couldn't hold on any longer, and he fell into a coma. Buzz! The reincarnation sword shuttle automatically appeared, releasing a powerful reincarnation sword light that enveloped Fang Chen and sucked him into the reincarnation sword realm. At the same time, The terrifying power in the bronze coffin gradually dissipated. A drop of bright red blood lay quietly in it. The reincarnation sword shuttle floated above the bronze coffin, and the power of reincarnation rushed down. Rip. The emperor blood disappeared. Everything that happened in the cave was too fast. Even the two peak powerhouses who were fighting fiercely didn't notice it. When the Rockgate Lord saw the bronze coffin open and the emperor blood disappear, he went into a frenzy. Boom. 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 He continuously threw out a few punches, forcing the Dream God School Lord to retreat. Then, he leaped into the cave. How is this possible? He shook his head frantically. The pressure of the bronze coffin had disappeared. In front of him was an ordinary bronze coffin. The interior was empty, and the emperor blood was nowhere to be seen. He knew better than anyone that the emperor blood had always been in the bronze coffin. That guy opened the bronze coffin? He couldn't believe that a transcendent world lord could open the bronze coffin. No, with his strength, once he gets close to the bronze coffin, his body will be crushed. I don't believe that he can open the bronze coffin. The emperor blood must have sensed that the rock gate was in danger, so it opened the bronze coffin to save the rock gate. Thinking of this, the rock gate lord's eyes were filled with passion. His figure flashed, and he once again appeared in the void. He looked around, trying to find traces of the emperor blood. But he was disappointed. What he saw was a mountain of corpses, a dilapidated city, and hopeful eyes looking at him. Ah! He held his head with both hands and screamed crazily. The rock gate was destroyed because of him. He was a sinner. No, the rock gate will never be destroyed. As long as I'm here, the rock gate will always exist. After a short moment of madness, the rock gate lord calmed down. The Dream God School Lord naturally wouldn't give him a chance. He attacked like lightning. Where there's life, there's hope. The disappearance of the emperor blood was a huge blow to the rock gate lord. At this moment, he didn't want to continue fighting. All he wanted was to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the rock gate lord disappeared into the horizon. I'll be back. An angry voice resounded through the sky. The expressions of the demon rock sect disciples who were in the midst of battle instantly changed greatly as they sank into despair. Has the Gate Master given up? Does the Gate Master not care about us anymore? Once they were in despair, they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. In an instant, the Dream God School had the absolute advantage and dominated the battle. The Dream God School Lord floated in mid-air, looking in the direction that the Rock Gate Lord had escaped. He lightly shook his head. As expected of a sect that used to be related to the rock race. This speed is almost on par with the rock race. The Dream God School Lord believed that in terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as the Rock Gate Lord. Therefore, he didn't give chase. As the saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy. Chapter 3274. The Rock Gate Master had fled, and the Rock Gate had completely given up on resisting. The disciples who were in the midst of a bloody battle were filled with despair when they saw this scene. The Rock Gate Master, whom they were so proud of and relied on the most, had disappeared. Who else could lead them out of the encirclement? Kill. Streaks of terrifying power interweaved in the sky above the demon rock sect, forming an attack that caused people to tremble. At the same time, in Demonic Rock City, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The Dream God School Master's deep eyes looked at the Rock Gate Master's disappearing figure and muttered to himself, after today, the Black Domain will no longer have the Rock Gate. The Rock Gate would completely disappear from the history of the Black Domain. There was no suspense in the following battle. At this moment, Lu Xingxing was anxiously looking for Fang Chen. Where did Brother Fang go? Lu Xingxing was very anxious. He had searched the entire Demonic Rock City, but he couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. This made him vaguely feel that something was not right. Dream God School Master. Helpless, Lu Xingxing found the Dream God School Master. Lu Xingxing, this time you destroyed the Rock Gate. It can be said that you have made a great contribution to the human race. The 2 spots in the Dream God realm that I promised you will definitely be counted. The Dream God School Master grinned when he saw Lu Xingxing. However, Lu Xingxing's expression was very serious. What's wrong? The Dream God Schoolmaster also noticed Lu Xingxing's abnormality and asked, "My brother is missing." Lu Xingxing muttered, "You mean Fang Chen?" The Dream God Schoolmaster's majestic consciousness instantly spread out and radiated throughout demonic Rock City, searching for traces of Fang Chen. You can't find it." The head of the Dream God School frowned and looked around. As long as Fang Chen was still in Fiend Peng City, with his powerful divine sense, he would definitely be able to discover him. But now, he couldn't find any clues. This signified that Fang Chen was already no longer in demonic Peng City. He is no longer in Devil Peng City. Hearing this, Lu Xingxing became even more anxious. Previously, when you were fighting the Rock Gate's Lord, you weren't paying attention and discovered that Brother Fang had disappeared. Could it be? Suddenly, the Dream God School's master's expression changed. He recalled the terrifying aura that had soared into the sky from the depths of demonic Peng City. Swish! With a flicker, he arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Hoo. He looked around but didn't find any traces. The bronze coffin is gone. The secret of the bronze coffin was a secret to the low-level martial artists of the Black Domain. But to a powerhouse like him, it was no longer a secret. But now, the bronze coffin was gone. Could it be that Fang Chen came into contact with the bronze coffin and was swept into the space-time turbulence? He knew better than anyone how terrifying the bronze coffin was. With Fang Chen's strength, it was no different from a fool's dream to open the bronze coffin. Therefore, he didn't believe that Fang Chen had obtained the Emperor blood and hidden it. Swish! The Dream God School's master's figure flashed and once again appeared in the sky above demonic Peng City. His heart gradually calmed down. Lu Xingxing, you don't have to worry. Perhaps Fang Chen discovered something and left this place for a while. Lu Xingxing's expression was gloomy and somewhat helpless. Don't worry. Once I'm done here, I'll send someone to look for him, the Dream God School's master said. Thank you. In just half a month, the Rock Gate had completely disappeared. Even demonic Peng City had been razed to the ground. During this time, the Dream God School had completely controlled the entire Black Domain. The once powerful sect had disappeared from everyone's sight. However, Fang Chen was unaware of all this. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly felt the abnormality in the surrounding void. Buzz! The void was filled with dense sword chi. It was both real and illusory. He reached out to touch it, but he couldn't capture the sword chi. Hiss! The sword chi soared into the sky and enveloped the entire land. He looked up and the invincible sword chi in his body erupted automatically. Reincarnation Sword Realm? A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. At the same time, he also recalled everything that had happened in the forbidden area behind demonic Peng City. The Rock Gate's master realized that he wanted to take the Emperor blood and attacked. At the critical moment, the Black Hole bloodline forcibly opened the bronze coffin. The power of the Emperor blood soared into the sky and blocked the attack of the Rock Gate's master. At the same time, it also forced him to retreat. Then, the Reincarnation Sword Realm released a terrifying power of reincarnation and sucked his body into it. That is. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, he felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned his head and his heart trembled. The Black Hole bloodline instantly erupted. In the air behind him, a drop of bright red blood quietly floated. This drop of blood emitted a scarlet aura that caused the entire Reincarnation Sword Realm to change color. Rumble. In the sky, a sword chi vortex was formed. In the center of the vortex, a shocking beam of light swooped down and bombarded the drop of blood with endless power. Dong! Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A terrifying power suddenly exploded and swept across the land. Crack! Fang Chen could clearly feel that his physical body was under great pressure. He raised his palm with difficulty and stretched out his finger. A dazzling light was emitted from the tip of his finger. Traces of energy gradually formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Whoosh! His finger had fused with the phalanx of a half-step sovereign, so it was very powerful. The aura it released formed a barrier that blocked the powerful force produced by the collision between the Emperor blood and the Reincarnation Sword Chi. The collision between the bright red blood and the sword qi lasted for 15 minutes. Finally, the sky calmed down and the sword qi gradually disappeared. The bright red blood also gradually calmed down. Its aura was restrained and it seemed like an ordinary drop of blood. However, when Fang Chen looked at it, his eyes shone. Emperor blood, this was the legendary emperor blood. Only great emperors had sovereign bloodlines. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He gradually relaxed his body. There were countless legends about emperor blood in the ancient chaos. However, what interested Fang Chen the most was the bloodline king's inheritance. If I absorb this drop of emperor blood, I will definitely become the strongest candidate for the bloodline king. I can even use this opportunity to step into the world king realm. Fang Chen's eyes burned as he thought to himself. He had stepped into the transcendent realm from the tribulation supremacy realm. However, he had stopped at the transcendent world lord realm for a long time. It was time for him to break through. How do I absorb it? This was a difficult problem in front of Fang Chen. He had heard from Lu Xingxing that there were 3 conditions to absorb the emperor blood. First, the physical body had to be strong enough to withstand the impact of the emperor blood. This was not difficult for him. If even the emperor realm physical body could not withstand the impact of the emperor blood, then who else in the world could absorb it? Second, the primordial spirit had to be strong enough. This was because the emperor blood contained some of the emperor realm's obsessions. If the primordial spirit was not strong enough, it would not be able to withstand the emperor's obsessions. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already reached the half-step emperor realm. He was only a step away from the emperor realm. However, if one did not enter the emperor realm, they would never know how terrifying the emperor realm was. Even Fang Chen, the #1 genius of all time, did not dare to try it. Although my primordial spirit has not stepped into the emperor realm, it is close to it. With the emperor realm physical body as the main and the half-step sovereign's finger bone as support, I should be able to make up for the lack of my primordial spirit. Although the first 2 conditions were difficult, Fang Chen could complete them. As for the third condition, it was simply a fantasy to the world. Using the strongest strength to refine the emperor blood, he would achieve his goal. Refining the emperor blood, refining it. This seemed simple, but it was actually the most difficult. After all, to refine the emperor blood, one needed to be strong enough. If I use my full strength, my attack power should be invincible in the World King realm. However, compared to the Rock Gate Master and the Dream God School Master, there is still a big gap. It will be difficult to refine the Emperor blood. Wang! A sword cry came out from the star-hidden sword. The hidden star sword stood in the void, absorbing the sword qi between heaven and earth. The hidden star sword had been nurtured by Fang Chen for a long time and was connected to his heart. Chapter 3275. The hidden star sword trembled slightly and let out a loud sword hum as if it was responding to its master. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The reincarnation sword shuttle was the supreme treasure of the reincarnation sword emperor, and it was now completely under Fang Chen's control. He had once experienced 100 reincarnations in the reincarnation sword realm to find his own sword Dao and finally comprehended the supreme Dao of sword Dao, the invincible sword Dao. Now that he was in danger, the reincarnation sword shuttle opened automatically and the reincarnation sword qi sucked him in along with the emperor blood. I see. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that there seemed to be a thought guiding him forward. His heart suddenly felt empty and there was a joyful smile on his face. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the reincarnation sword realm. Rumble. In the sky, the reincarnation sword qi formed vortexes one after another as if responding to Fang Chen. In the following time, Fang Chen made some adjustments and began to refine the emperor blood. After all, the emperor blood had existed for countless years and its qi was gradually disappearing. Now that it had left the bronze coffin, its power was rapidly dissipating, so he could not waste any time. Dong. Fang Chen stomped his foot and his body floated in the air. He waved his sleeve and the mighty reincarnation sword qi surged from all directions and gathered above his head. The mighty sword qi exuded a strong pressure. Senior reincarnation sword emperor, I'm your junior. Today, I'll borrow the reincarnation sword Qi. Fang Chen said softly. The moment he finished speaking, the reincarnation sword shuttle trembled and all the reincarnation sword Qi in the sword realm swarmed over. Buzz. The emperor blood in the void seemed to feel uneasy. It was struggling and shaking, trying to escape from this place. Condense. Fang Chen shouted and his half-step emperor primordial spirit was fully released. The terrifying power of the soul Tao enveloped the emperor blood and sucked it in. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The emperor blood seemed to be trying to break free from Fang Chen's control. Boom. In the sky, the reincarnation sword Qi swooped down with endless power and mercilessly hit the emperor blood. Crack. Strands of resplendent sword Qi washed away all the impurities in the emperor's blood. The reincarnation sword Tao was comprehended by the reincarnation sword emperor back then. The reincarnation sword Qi was the strongest sword reincarnation sword. Even Fang Chen's invincible sword Qi was no match for the reincarnation sword Qi. In the ancient times, the reincarnation sword Qi was invincible. One could imagine how strong the sword reincarnation sword Qi was. Now, the reincarnation sword Qi carried the will of the reincarnation sword emperor and helped Fang Chen refine the emperor blood. As time passed, the struggle of the monarch blood became more and more intense. Although the emperor blood, the reincarnations sword reincarnation Qi. The reincarnations is reincarnation TS reincarnation emperor blood TSSSSSSSSSS. The reincarnation sword Qi bombarded the emperor blood until it had nowhere to hide. Just like that, the emperor blood persisted for 81 days before finally showing signs of defeat. Boom. Fang Chen waved his hands, controlling the reincarnation sword Qi to make a final attack. With a catcher sound, the monarch blood shattered. Fang Chen could clearly see the true appearance of a thumb-sized drop of resplendent blood within the shattered emperor blood. This was the emperor blood's true appearance. Dong, dong, dong. The black hole bloodline in Xiao Chen's body could no longer hold back and erupted. Together with the soul Tao energy, it forcefully pulled the emperor blood to Fang Chen. Merge with my blood. It will not bring shame to your name, Xiao Chen said softly. At the same time, he slowly extended his finger, which had merged with the half-step ruler's finger bone, and grasped the emperor blood in his hand. Wang. A trace of ruler's aura was released, and the restless emperor blood instantly calmed down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Chen absorbed the emperor blood into his body. The black hole bloodline wrapped around it, preparing to absorb it. After 81 days of tempering, the reincarnation sword Qi had completely refined the emperor blood. Now, the only thing Fang Chen needed to do was use his martial emperor physical body to block the powerful energy contained in the emperor blood. Dong. As the emperor blood entered Xiao Chen's body, a terrifying might was released. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's internal organs were destroyed. However, Xiao Chen's martial emperor defense soon fully activated, completely sealing off the might of the emperor blood. Gradually, Fang Chen gained control of the situation. The emperor blood no longer struggled and slowly merged with the black hole bloodline. Whoosh. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. The process seemed simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause one's soul to scatter. Of course, only the person involved could understand how terrifying the emperor blood was. Absorbing the emperor blood was a long process, so Xiao Chen could not rush it. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, fully focused on absorbing the emperor blood. In a certain paradise in the northern region, a few old men were chatting when suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. In the sky, a sea of fire swept out, and a faintly discernible figure flashed out. Bloodline monarch. Fire demon true monarch and the others cried out. The bloodline monarch had disappeared for countless years, but he actually appeared at this moment. The only candidate has appeared. In the sea of fire, the figure spoke in an ancient voice. Hearing this, Fire Demon True Monarch and the others were even more shocked. The only candidate had appeared. Didn't this mean that the Bloodline Monarch's plan was about to be realized? Lord Bloodline Monarch, since the only candidate has appeared, can we come out? True Monarch Water True Monarch asked. Although the two of them had been to the world capital before, they did not really come out. They wanted to come out in a high-profile manner and appear in front of the world with a powerful posture. When my original body returns from the chaotic spacetime, it will be the day you come out. The bloodline monarch's voice came from the sea of fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky returned to normal, and the sea of fire disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. The bloodline monarch had disappeared for countless years and appeared today. However, he disappeared after saying a few words. What did this mean? They fell into deep thought and looked at each other. The bloodline monarch did not let us come out because the time is not right. However, he told us that the only candidate has appeared. Could it be that he wants us to protect him indirectly? True monarch muttered. It's very likely. Fire demon true monarch nodded. The other elders also agreed with true monarch's words. But the problem now is, how do we find the only candidate? Someone asked. If the only candidate appears, then I think it's very likely to be that person, Fire demon true monarch muttered as he looked at the sky. Fang Chen's figure appeared in his mind. Although he had little contact with Fang Chen, he believed that Fang Chen was the cultivator who had the highest chance of becoming the only candidate. Regardless of whether Fire Demon's guess is correct or not, we can't give up any chance, True Monarch said. True Monarch said, we can't come out, so we can only let others help us complete the task. Coincidentally, the descendant of the Fire Demon, Xiao Hue, is here. He's familiar with Fang Chen and is the most suitable candidate. But he's too weak, someone retorted. Yes, with his strength, he can't protect the only candidate at all. Hearing that, the Fire Demon True Lord revealed a brilliant smile. His eyes blazed with fiery light as he licked his dry lips and chuckled. With the strength of us old fellows and our knowledge of martial arts, would it be difficult to teach a disciple? Fang Chen didn't know that his absorption of the Emperor's blood had caused a huge commotion in the Bloodline Monarch faction. Absorbing the Emperor's blood was not as simple as one imagined. The power contained in the Emperor's blood was too strong. Even with Fang Chen's speed, it took him 3 years. On a certain day 3 years later, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the reincarnation sword realm. The terrifying reincarnation sword chi formed a terrifying vortex in the sky. And right below the vortex was Fang Chen. After absorbing the last trace of the Emperor's blood, Fang Chen felt that the power in his body had reached an extreme. Boom, boom, boom. He stomped his foot, causing the entire earth to tremble. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's eyes blazed. He spread open his arms, preparing to break through to the World King realm. Wang. The black hole bloodline that had fused with the Emperor's blood was released once more. An extremely powerful pressure enveloped Fang Chen's body. Boom. Chapter 3276. Star Emperor stood on the peak as a breeze blew past. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, perfectly outlining her proud figure. Her pretty face was very cold, and there was a cold aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There was a piercing sound in the void, and then a black-robed figure appeared out of thin air. When he saw Star Emperor, his face was full of excitement. You're finally willing to see me? If the people of the outside world were to know that the powerful world devastator Devil Emperor actually had such a gentle side to him, who knew what they would think? He restrained his aura and looked like an ordinary person, without a trace of the arrogance of a demon emperor. He smiled at Star Emperor. In his mind, he recalled the days when he had pursued the Star Emperor. You haven't changed. World Devastator Demon Emperor said softly. Don't call me Star and Moon frowned and said in a deep voice. Why are you looking for me? I've been waiting for you for countless years. Now that I finally got the news of your reincarnation, I was anxious and wanted to see you as soon as possible, but I was afraid that if I was too hasty, you would be angry, so, if it were anyone else who dared to reject World Devastator Demon Emperor like this, they would definitely be annihilated. World Devastator Demon Emperor was incomparably strong in front of anyone, but he was very gentle and never angry with Star Emperor. After he learned that Star Emperor had awakened the memories of her past life, he immediately began to search for all information about Star Emperor. I heard that a faction of the Ouyang family in the Dragon Territory has a grudge with you, so on the way here, I specifically went to the Dragon Territory to destroy their faction. World Devastator Demon Emperor said, a mere force in the Savage Land dares to offend you, they are really courting death. In the eyes of World Devastator Demon Emperor, forces like the Ouyang family were simply too weak. If he wanted to, he could destroy them in minutes. Even the entire Dragon Territory would sink because of this. Of course, with his current status, he disdained to make a move on those weak forces. He smiled and looked at Star and Moon. The latter's face was cold. I have just awakened the memories of my past life, and I still need to go into seclusion. If there is nothing else, please leave. Xingyu seemed to dislike the World Devastation Devil Emperor a lot. The World Devastator Devil Emperor wanted to say something, but in the end, he stopped himself. That's good too. Cultivate well. When you've completely recovered your cultivation, I'll come and find you. Hoo. After saying that, the Heaven Devastation Devil Emperor's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Master, the old man in black with the walking stick opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Star and Moon waved his hand to stop him. Ignore him. Star and Moon didn't like the World Devastator Devil Emperor even before he reincarnated. Now that she had reincarnated, she only had Fang Chen in her heart. There was no room for anyone else. In the Samsara Sword realm, Fang Chen was still sitting cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation, exuding a powerful aura. Around him, two different types of sword chi intertwined, forming a sword chi barrier. This barrier completely enveloped Fang Chen's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky from Fang Chen's body. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, stomped his foot, and soared into the void. He clenched his hand, and the hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry. In the next moment, he activated the invincible sword technique and slashed out. Crack! The seemingly simple sword slashed out gently. Boom! A bright sword light fell from the sky, carrying endless power, and split a mountain not far away in half. Hiss! The sword chi soared into the sky, and the sword light was dazzling. The inside of the mountain was instantly destroyed by the sword chi. Who? Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword, and a smile appeared on his face. The Samsara Sword principle can make people enter the cycle of reincarnation, experience pain, disappointment, and eventually collapse and die. Fang Chen murmured. This was the terrifying part of the Samsara Sword principle. With the help of the Samsara Sword shuttle, the attack power would be multiplied. Once one was enveloped by the Samsara Sword chi, it would be very difficult to break free. Once one entered the cycle of reincarnation, one would basically die. The comprehension of the Samsara Sword principle left by the Samsara Sword Emperor was very detailed. It took Fang Chen 30 years to completely comprehend the Samsara Sword principle. In the next 70 years, he had been looking for the convergence of the Samsara Sword principle and the Invincible Sword principle. Now, 100 years had passed. He had some comprehension of the sword principle. After 100 years of comprehension, I finally succeeded today. Fang Chen said with a smile, I originally thought that 9 was the limit, and the immortal sword was the end of the invincible sword principle. But now, after combining the two sword principles, I know that the sword principle is endless. There is still the 10th move of the invincible sword principle. So far, Fang Chen only had a rough outline of the 10th move in his mind, and he had not created it yet. However, he was confident that it would not take long to create the 10th move. The power of the 10th move would definitely surpass the power of the first 9 moves. Phew! It's been 100 years, I wonder how the outside world is. Fang Chen restrained his aura and prepared to leave the Samsara Sword realm. He bowed to the void to show his comprehension of the Samsara Sword Emperor. I will never forget the kindness of the Samsara Sword Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he left the Samsara Sword shuttle. In front of a mountain stream in the Black Domain. Splash! The waterfall in front of the mountain stream flowed straight down, constantly hitting the ground. A bare-chested man stood under the waterfall, bearing the brunt of the impact. Rumble! Scarlet blood suddenly gushed out of his body and formed a defensive halo in front of him, blocking the impact of the waterfall. My bloodline power is still not strong enough. The man said gloomily, 100 years ago, I sensed the call of the bloodline king. And the place of the call is in the black domain. This is an opportunity. If I can succeed, I will definitely become the only candidate of the bloodline king. Let's go. As soon as the man finished speaking, his figure flashed and he rushed out of the waterfall, rushing in the direction of the former demonic Peng city. Not only this man, but many warriors in all directions of the black domain were rushing in the direction of the rock gate. They all had one thing in common, and that was, they all had the inheritance of the bloodline king. In other words, they were all candidates of the bloodline king. 100 years ago, they sensed the call of the bloodline king at the same time and came to the black domain to find the source of the call. Now, they finally sensed it. Fang Chen, who was in the whirlpool of the storm, had no idea. Fang Chen stood on the ruins, looking around and sighing. Who would have thought that this place used to be the headquarters of the top force rock gate 100 years ago? At that time, the prosperity of the demonic Peng city was second only to the headquarters of the Dream God School. Who in the black domain didn't know it? However, in just 100 years, the demonic Peng city became ruins, dilapidated and forgotten by the world. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he sensed a strange movement in the void. Come out. Immediately after, he sensed a mysterious aura approaching. Rip! A figure walked out of the void. This person was wearing a tiger fur coat, and his dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. Your sense of smell is not bad. Who are you? Fang Chen looked at the person and asked calmly. Buzz. The person's body was surrounded by traces of blood-red aura. Seeing this, Fang Chen instantly understood that this person was a candidate of the bloodline king. You should be the first to arrive here, right? Tell me everything you've discovered, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. This person thought that Fang Chen had also sensed the call of the bloodline king and came here. Fang Chen frowned. What? You won't tell me? You want to be the last candidate? Dream on. Whoosh. This person attacked like lightning, wanting to suppress Fang Chen. Smack. A crisp sound reverberated in the air. Immediately after, with a bang, this person's body crashed into the ruins in a sorry state. He raised his head, widened his eyes, and stared at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with horror. He was sent flying with just a slap. Wasn't this too strong? How is this possible? He quickly got up from the ruins and stared at Fang Chen with fear. Chapter 3277. The Grand Canal of Dragon Search Handbook. Author, Zhongwu. Introduction. 7 southern provinces and 63 northern provinces, 5 dragons pass through ancient and modern times, a classic textbook for college students. Counterattack, telling you how to laugh and beat up the tall, rich, and handsome men, and how to marry a beautiful woman with nothing. Don't forget to tell your friends. Strange Love of Yin and Yang. Author, W.N. Hongyu. Introduction. When I was 5 years old, due to my gluttony, I was teased by a little daoist, and I gained a pair of yin and yang eyes that could see strange creatures. When I was 18 years old, a strange beauty suddenly barged into my dreams, and from then on, I couldn't get rid of her. This daoist is a little weak. Author, Banished Immortal who suffered a sword. Introduction. I've seen many daoists, but have you seen a half-human half-ghost daoist? I'm not afraid of Tai immortals. I'm not afraid of Yama. A story of a fake daoist walking in the human world, slaying demons, but being chased and beaten. Elemental Collapse. Author, Kuan Yu. Introduction. In turbulent times, there are hidden dangers. Elemental Spacetime, The Path of Pursuit. After learning that his parents were still alive, he embarked on a wonderful and dangerous journey with his companions. Relying on his unyielding and firm belief, he continued to grow between life and death, which led to a series of wonderful and hot-blooded stories. The Punisher. Author, Yuan Qi. Introduction. There are 3,000 Taos, creating heaven and earth, creating all living things, divided by yin and yang, not good and evil, endless living things, established etiquette for benefits, men and women. The human heart is unpredictable. Taoism is declining. Demons are causing chaos, strong enemies are invading from the outside, warlords are causing trouble from the inside. The world, benevolence, righteousness, indifference, and the common people, who says good and evil? Must there be justice under the light? Must there be evil in the darkness? What is good? What is evil? Although we, the evil Taoists, are traitors of Taoism, we are not ashamed of heaven and earth. Those outside my heart are all heretics, those who obstruct my path are not my path, I will punish them. The Invincible Immortal of the City, author, October introduction. Xiao Shanhe, who is still in his third year of high school, has been living under someone else's roof for more than 2 years. Suddenly, one day, he unexpectedly found a small program called Cultivation in his phone. Through this small program, not only can he download immortal cultivation techniques, but he can also download pills, magic tools, spirit herbs, and various other items related to immortal cultivation. In addition, there was also a forum in the small program that allowed him to communicate with cultivators from all over the starry sky. Through the cultivation program, Xiao Shanhe embarked on the path of cultivation. As his strength and level continued to increase, not only did he get rid of the predicament of living under someone else's roof, but he also got rid of the restraints of his family. He even rushed out of Earth and traveled freely in the realm of cultivators. By Old Zhong Next Door Introduction, the treasure hunting team found a fist-sized natural cat's eye stone in the underground fortifications of China and Japan. But the old immortal said that it was the Yin's eye. It was the eye of the one-eyed Swanni, the magical beast under Kai Yu, during the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Kai Yu. This eye will awaken once every 1,000 years. Every time it awakens, it will absorb the souls of 10,000 living people before it can enter dormancy again. Grave Robber's Curse, author, Bailey Qingji. Chapter 3278. In the ruins of Demon Peng City, over 20 World King powerhouses had gathered. They came from various large regions, and their only goal was to prevent Fang Chen from becoming the only bloodline king candidate. However, Fang Chen's strength had surpassed their expectations. A single sword strike was enough to kill a world king. Just this alone was enough to shock and awe everyone. But even in this situation, the 3 Cloud He elders still chose to attack. Their goal was obvious. They wanted to use thunderous methods to kill Fang Chen and then seize the emperor bloodline in his body and absorb the strength of his bloodline. If so, the strength of the 3 brothers would inevitably rise. At that time, even if they had to face a crowd of heroes, they would have nothing to fear. This was the closest the 3 brothers had been to becoming the only bloodline king candidate in countless years. They absolutely could not give up. The 3 brothers looked at each other. From their eyes, one could see an incomparable burning heat. Kill him. An icy cold voice came out from the Black Eagle's mouth. The 3 Cloud He elders flapped their wings. A wild storm spread out in the void. Facing the powerful attacks of the 3 Cloud He elders, Fang Chen remained unmoved. He grasped the hidden star sword and stood above the ruins, coldly watching all of this happen. Flames swirled in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. Not too far away, the eyes of many world kings flashed. They seemed to have guessed what the 3 Cloud He elders were thinking, but they didn't stop them. This was because Fang Chen's previous performance had been far too strong. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to have the 3 Cloud He elders probe his true strength. The 3 Cloud He elders can be considered peak powerhouses in the river zone. They can summon the wind and rain and are extremely strong. If the 3 brothers join forces, their striking power will be extremely strong. They should be more than enough to deal with this fellow. That's right. I once heard that the 3 Cloud He elders once joined forces to resist an existence that surpassed the World King realm. Ha ha ha, once the 3 Cloud He elders defeat him, then we can fight for the bloodline strength within his body. Many bloodline king candidates were secretly thinking to themselves. After all, with so many candidates, only one would be able to survive in the end. In these past years, they had been doing their best to search for other candidates and kill them to absorb their bloodline strength. Now, the 20-some world king powerhouses that had gathered above the ruins of Demon Peng City were all bloodline king candidates. In fact, they were enemies to begin with. However, due to Fang Chen's special circumstances, they were forced to stand together. Boom! Boom! In the void, 3 black-headed eagles whizzed over with great power. courting death. Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent look, the three brothers were furious. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out scorching flames. In an instant, the three flames intertwined in the void and approached Fang Chen infinitely. Rip! Just as the flames were about to touch his body, Fang Chen gently raised his hand. Under the gazes of the crowd, he clenched his fist. An inconceivable scene appeared. He actually grabbed the three scorching flames with his bare hands. Roar! The three flames flickered continuously, emitting waves of angry roars. However, no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from Fang Chen's restraints. Playing with fire? I'm better at it than you guys. Catcher! As his voice fell, the surface of Fang Chen's body emitted layers of light. Then, with a crisp sound, the three flames instantly shattered and disappeared into the void. Who? At this time, the powerful attacks of the three black-headed eagles had already surrounded Fang Chen. Prepare to die! The three Cloud He Elders roared. They spread their wings to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. I broke through to the World King realm and haven't used my full strength yet. Fine, you guys can come and try it out. Fang Chen said softly. He grasped the hidden star sword and slashed at the void. Rip! Inside the hidden star sword, an unimaginable sword chi erupted and tore the void apart in an instant. From the terrifying cracks, terrifying space storms constantly emerged. As for Fang Chen, he stomped his foot and floated in the air, displaying the invincible sword art. Wang. The ninth move of the invincible sword art, Immortal Sword. Resplendent sword light seemed to illuminate the entire sky as it cut through the void and swooped down. Break! Seeing the sword light explode towards them, one of the black-headed eagles sneered and flapped his wings to block. Catcher! But when the sword light collided with his wings, the smile on his face abruptly disappeared. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could be said to be invincible in the World King realm. He didn't care about the three black-headed eagles at all. The void collapsed and the black-headed eagle's wings instantly burst apart. A miserable cry came from its mouth. Third brother. The other two saw this and angrily roared. At the same time, they quickly approached third brother. Shoo! But their speed was still a bit too slow. Fang Chen used the rock movement technique and appeared behind third brother like a ghost. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into his chest. Bang! The enormous figure of the third brother exploded into pieces. This sudden turn of events caused many of the World King realm powerhouses to be left dumbfounded. Third brother was actually killed under the siege of the three Cloud He Elders? How is this possible? He was clearly so far away from third brother. How did he do it? Speed, his speed is too fast. He arrived behind third brother in an instant, catching him off guard. Cries of alarm came from the crowd. Ah! You killed third brother. I want you to pay with your blood. The remaining two black-headed eagles fell into a state of madness and used their strongest attack. However, the three brothers couldn't do anything to Fang Chen even if they joined forces. The remaining two brothers couldn't even use their innate supernatural abilities. How could they resist Fang Chen's terrifying attack? Shoo! The hidden star sword cut through the sky once more and suddenly arrived in front of third brother. Poochie! Third brother didn't resist at all. Blood spurted from his chest and his body exploded. Finally, only the leader of the three Cloud He Elders was left. His eyes were scarlet red and he was heartbroken. However, reason told him that as long as he was alive, there was hope. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. Even if he went all out to kill this fellow, there were still many people eyeing him from behind. At that time, he would still inevitably die. Go! Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he flapped his wings, wanting to escape. Cloud He Elder is actually escaping? Seeing this, everyone exclaimed. At this time, Fang Chen's figure also disappeared into the void. Bang! A few seconds later, the void not far away exploded and blood spurted out. Fang Chen's figure approached from afar and returned to the ruins. Everyone's heart trembled. The three Cloud He Elders joined forces to attack, but not only did they fail to seriously injure their opponent, all three of them died in battle. Their opponent was just a guy who had just stepped into the World King realm. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shock the entire ancient chaos. This person is too strong. He must be eliminated. Everyone looked at each other. Their thoughts were the same. Let's join forces and eliminate him. Someone suggested, and it was immediately echoed by the other candidates. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura escaped from everyone's body and swept across the entire land. At this time, they had already regarded Fang Chen as a peerless genius like Lin Qian and Jiyu Tianhua. If they didn't join forces, no one had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one battle. Fang Chen looked at the many candidates who were coming at him menacingly. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Today, all the candidates have gathered here. It's time for the final conclusion. Fang Chen whispered. If he wanted to become the only candidate, he had to kill all these people in front of him. More than 20 World King powerhouses were a force that couldn't be ignored no matter where they were. However, in his opinion, no one could stop him from moving forward. If you came here 100 years ago, I could only run away when facing you. But now, my fate is in my control. Your fate is also in my control. After today, I will become the only candidate of the Bloodline King. I will inherit his mantle and reach a higher level of martial arts. Dong. Fang Chen stomped his foot and the ruins shook. The power around his body shook. Invincible sword chi soared into the sky and the hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry. Kill him. The vibrating power was mixed with the roars of everyone. Chapter 3279. In the clouds, a white-clothed man proudly stood there. His body shimmered with a brilliant light, giving off a strong feeling. He stood on top of the cloud and looked down. Coincidentally, he saw the scene of Fang Chen holding back 10,000 men by himself. He couldn't help but grin. A little boy that just entered the World King realm can actually remain calm under the encirclement of so many World Kings. The white-clothed man pondered. His sharp eyes pierced through the clouds and fell on Fang Chen, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. However, what he was even more curious about was why so many World Kings had gathered here to encircle a little boy that had just entered the World King realm. Just what was hidden in all of this? Wang. As he was thinking, he suddenly sensed a strange aura. Then, he was suddenly enlightened. The aura of a Bloodline King. Could they all be Bloodline King candidates? Thinking of this, the white-clothed man was relieved. So that's how it is. The white-clothed man nodded and continued to calmly watch the battle. Above the ruins of Demon Peng City, Fang Chen grasped the hidden star sword and stood in the void. His Emperor Realm mortal body was fully activated and a powerful strength shook the world. Over 20 World King powerhouses erupted with a formidable strength as they rushed towards him. His pitch-black eyes remained calm as he slowly raised the star-concealing sword. Condense. Seeing the many World Kings about to approach him, he softly spat out a single word. Immediately, with him as the center, a wild aura of array formation rapidly radiated outwards, forming a powerful array formation. The array formation was formed naturally, completely covering the many World Kings. As for Fang Chen, he stood in the center of the array formation. Humph, you want to use an array formation to trap us? Dream on. The World Kings sneered and continued to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, as the white-clothed man in the clouds saw this natural array formation, his complexion gradually became dignified. Using one's body as the center of the array formation, allowing the array formation to fuse with the world. This is an Emperor Realm array formation, the white-clothed man said in a deep voice. He had roamed all over the primordial chaos. A long time ago, he had seen an Emperor Realm formation with his own eyes. He didn't expect to see it again today. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that the person who had arranged this Emperor-level array formation was actually a martial artist who had just entered the World King realm. Looking at his bone age, he should have cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. The white-robed man sighed. With such potential, he can be considered one of the best even amongst the primordial chaos array Dao cultivators. With an Emperor-level array formation, it's no wonder he didn't even bat an eyelid when facing over 20 World King powerhouses. An Emperor Realm array formation was extremely terrifying. Although it might not be able to help him resist the attacks of numerous World King powerhouses, it was still an extremely terrifying array formation. However, he was still able to escape unscathed. After seeing the Emperor Realm formation, the white-robed man nodded lightly and continued to observe. However, when he saw Fang Chen make his move, he was instantly stunned. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen was only a martial artist who was talented in the Dao of Array Dao. But when he saw Fang Chen slash out with his sword, he overturned his inner thoughts. He forcefully shook his head. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. He wanted to get to know this man who had surprised him so much. Xiu. After arranging the Emperor Realm array formation, Fang Chen raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The hidden star sword carried with it a powerful and invincible sword energy as it instantly shot out. Bang! A World King candidate closest to him didn't have time to dodge. He was directly pierced by the hidden star sword. His body exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. This array formation is very strange. He can borrow the power of the array formation to first break it open. Someone discovered the strangeness of the array formation and suggested. However, it was too late. Fang Chen had already begun his slaughter. Invincible sword art. With the restraint of the Emperor Realm array formation, Fang Chen could easily lock onto any World King candidate. Coupled with his super speed, he could appear in front of the candidates in the blink of an eye. Every time his figure flashed, he would display his invincible sword art. The power of the Emperor Realm body was constantly output. The mighty immortal star power was also completely injected into the hidden star sword. Poochie. Every time the hidden star sword was slashed out, there would be one person who would die under the invincible sword art. In just a few breaths of time, 5 World Kings had died. This scene was extremely shocking. The other World King candidates who were crazily attacking the Emperor Realm array formation had scarlet eyes and a trace of panic in their hearts. How is this possible? They couldn't believe it and shook their heads crazily. And in the void clouds, the white-robed man was even more amazed. Amazing, really amazing. He believed that his potential was already unparalleled in the ancient era. But after seeing Fang Chen today, he felt that his potential was inferior in front of this man in front of him. I didn't expect to meet such a stunning genius in the black domain. The white-robed man was a little excited and eager to spar with Fang Chen. With his strength and the Emperor Realm array formation, it doesn't matter how many World Kings there are. The white-robed man said. In a head-on confrontation, Fang Chen naturally didn't dare to resist the joint attack of more than 20 World King powerhouses. But with the Emperor Realm array formation, he could effectively divide their attacks. In this way, Fang Chen's rock movement technique showed an extremely strong advantage. In addition to his super strength of the World King realm, his Emperor Realm body, invincible sword art, immortal star power, all of these combined together gave off a feeling of invincibility. Poochie. One World King candidate after another seemed to be under the hidden star sword. No, impossible. He's too strong, we can't resist at all, run. Finally, someone's heart trembled and he began to flee desperately. However, the Emperor Realm array formation was in front of them. They tried their best but they couldn't break it. For a time, everyone fell into a state of despair. More than 20 World King powerhouses joined forces to encircle and suppress. Now, in just a few minutes, more than 10 of them had died. The remaining dozen or so World Kings no longer had the courage to attack Fang Chen. They struggled frantically. With our current strength, it's impossible to break the Emperor Realm array formation in a short period of time. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we fight? Someone stood up and took the lead. If they didn't fight, they would die. But if they fought, there might be a glimmer of hope. Fight. Yes, what Brother Hao said makes sense. Even if we die, we must drag him down with us. At this moment, they no longer thought about anything else. More than 10 World Kings gathered together and displayed their most powerful attack. You guys are too weak. Fang Chen stepped on the air, holding the hidden star sword in his hand. Invincible sword chi filled the entire Emperor Realm array formation. There was a hint of disdain in his voice and a mocking smile on his face. Before you besieged me, you should have thought of this ending. In the clouds, the white-robed man shook his head. It's over. He sighed, his voice filled with excitement. However, he wasn't in a hurry to appear. Instead, he patiently waited for Fang Chen to clean up the mess. After he finished cleaning up the mess, he would appear and exchange pointers with him. To be able to exchange pointers with such a peerless genius, just thinking about it makes me excited. Sure enough, a moment later, above the ruins, the Emperor Realm Array formation collapsed. Fang Chen stood alone in the air. The hidden star sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. The blade was covered with blood. Hiss. Fang Chen opened his hands and crazily absorbed the bloodline power of more than 20 World King powerhouses. Among the many corpses that fell on the ruins, traces of scarlet aura gradually gathered in the air and finally drilled into Fang Chen's body. Bloodline power revolved around Fang Chen's body. The black hole bloodline was completely released, forming a powerful vortex in his body that crazily absorbed this bloodline power. Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a smile. If he completely absorbed this bloodline power, he would be the only true candidate for Bloodline King, right? Thinking of this, he was a little excited. More than 20 World King powerhouses were all killed by him with his own strength. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shock the entire Black Domain and even the ancient chaos. Perhaps the Dream God School, Lu Xingxing, and the others would never have dreamed that in 100 years, Fang Chen would become so strong. Chapter 3280. Whoosh. Fang Chen sensed an aura approaching from the void. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. He suddenly realized that a white-robed figure was faintly discernible. Fang Chen frowned. He did not sense the aura of a bloodline monarch from the other party. This meant that this person was not a candidate for the position of bloodline monarch. Then, who was he? Why did he come to the ruins of demonic Peng City? Moreover, the most frightening thing was that his Emperor Realm primordial spirit did not discover him. Reincarnation Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, Bloodline Monarch. I see the shadows of these legendary Emperor Realm experts in you. No wonder you can defeat so many Realm Kings at such a young age. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the white-robed figure appeared. He gently clapped his hands, making a crisp sound as if he was clapping for Fang Chen. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at him, but he did not speak. If I'm not wrong, the aura of starlight that was released from your body should be the legendary immortal star power, right? At this point, the white-clothed man's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. How could he not be shocked when the immortal emperor's inheritance appeared on this guy in front of him? Who are you? Fang Chen's intuition told him that this person must be a disciple of a great force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to discover so many secrets about himself. I'm Jiyu Tianhua. How should I address you? Hearing the name Jiyu Tianhua, Fang Chen was a little stunned. However, he quickly reacted. He looked at the white-robed man in disbelief and shook his head vigorously. Jiyu Tianhua. This was a name that he had heard more than once. He was the most monstrous genius in the immemorial chaos era. He actually met him here. You are Jiyu Tianhua? Fang Chen asked curiously. It seems that you have heard of my name. Fang Chen grinned and said, you are the most monstrous genius in the primordial chaos, a super expert who has broken countless cultivation records. Your name is known throughout the primordial chaos. Everyone knows you. Jiyu Tianhua waved his hand. Before I met you, I also thought that I was the most monstrous prodigy in the history of the primordial chaos. Even Lin Qian, who everyone compared to me, wasn't as talented as me. However, after meeting you, I feel that my thoughts are too childish. Jiyu Tianhua stepped through the air, his body emitting an invisible halo, and his aura was shocking. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The primordial chaos is vast and boundless. Since ancient times, there have been countless talented people who have chased after the peak of martial arts. I've always thought that I had unparalleled potential. Little did I know that I was as laughable as a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiyu Tianhua mocked himself. After seeing Fang Chen, his heart was in turmoil. There was actually such monstrous potential in this world, which made him feel ashamed. "My name is Fang Chen." Fang Chen said his name. He could tell that Jiyu Tianhua didn't bully the weak because of his identity and status, but admired him from the bottom of his heart. With such a mentality, it was no wonder that he could become a legend. Fang Chen, ha ha ha. Good, very good. I, Jiyu Tianhua, love to spar with other prodigies. Now that I've met you, I can't help but want to spar with you. Jiyu Tianhua's body was filled with battle intent. He was obsessed with martial arts and would spar with other monstrous geniuses whenever he met one. Seeing this, Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded his head. Since Brother Jiyu is so kind, how can I refuse? Great. Jiyu Tianhua waved his sleeves, and a vast amount of energy gushed out. He laughed heartily as he prepared himself for battle. Although it's just a spar, I hope that you can give it your all. Jiyu Tianhua said. The two great prodigies appreciated each other for the first time they met. Boom. Above the ruins, two different powers collided, causing the entire ground to tremble and space to shake. Invincible sword principle. Facing Jiyu Tianhua, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took the initiative and performed the 9th move of the invincible sword principle, the immortal sword. Dazzling sword radiance swept across the entire space and instantly engulfed Jiyu Tianhua. What an exquisite sword principle. Jiyu Tianhua laughed heartily. With a thought, layers of blue ripples appeared around his body. The moment these ripples appeared, they formed into a complicated pattern that completely covered his entire body. This is, Fang Chen looked over, and his heart was stirred. Emperor Realm physical body. After seeing the layers of blue ripples around Jiyu Tianhua, Fang Chen gasped. And it's a super special body constitution. The chaotic sword body was known as the strongest body constitution in the sword principle. Other principles also had their corresponding super strong body constitutions. It was said that Jiyu Tianhua cultivated the thunder principle. His body constitution was the legendary Thunderbolt Annihilation body, which was rarely seen in billions of years. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful physique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could destroy the heavens and earth and control the power of the thunder punishment. The blue ripples around Jiyu Tianhua's body were mixed with tiny, almost invisible purple ripples. The Thunderbolt Annihilation body, cultivated to the extreme, is purple ripples. Fang Chen thought to himself. Jiyu Tianhua's Thunderbolt Annihilation body hadn't been cultivated to the extreme. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the resplendent swordlight burst out from the star-hidden sword and charged straight at Jiyu Tianhua. The latter raised his hand and the blue ripples flickered. He grabbed the sword radiance with his bare hand. Then, a crisp sound rang out. The sword radiance shattered and the terrifying power was instantly absorbed by the blue ripples. Dong. Seeing this, Fang Chen clenched his fist, which had fused with the half-step sovereign fingerbone, and punched out to counter Jiyu Tianhua's fist. The two fists collided and an incredible power exploded. The space shattered and a terrifying spatial storm swept across the sky. Boom. 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 The two could clearly feel the terrifying power from each other's fists. Chaos sword body? Jiyu Tianhua was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. It wasn't strange for Jiyu Tianhua to have the chaos sword body to be able to display such exquisite sword skills. However, what surprised him was that Jiyu Tianhua's chaos sword body had not only reached the Emperor Realm, but it had also reached a terrifying level. I thought that my Thunderbolt Annihilation body was strong enough. I didn't expect the chaos sword body to be so strong. Jiyu Tianhua sighed. Any body constitution that corresponded to a Dao could not be underestimated, let alone a Dao of the sword body. However, my Thunderbolt Annihilation body hasn't reached the extreme. If the purple ripples cover my entire body and replace the blue ripples, his chaos sword body won't be able to withstand it. Boom. While Jiyu Tianhua was thinking, a terrifying shockwave separated the two of them. Dang. Dang. The two of them quickly retreated and stabilized themselves in the void not far away. The Thunderbolt Annihilation body lives up to its name. Fang Chen gave Jiyu Tianhua a thumbs up. Your chaos sword body isn't weak either. Jiyu Tianhua said, "Together with your exquisite sword skills, it's hard to find a match for you in the World King realm." In the next moment, the two of them attacked each other. However, no matter how Jiyu Tianhua attacked, Fang Chen was able to withstand it. Moreover, Fang Chen used the rock movement technique. He was skilled in the Tao of spacetime and his body was ghostly. Jiyu Tianhua found it difficult to withstand his attacks. After fighting for about 15 minutes, Jiyu Tianhua finally became serious. "Your strength is beyond my imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that I already have one foot in the world evolution realm, I might have been defeated by you." Jiyu Tianhua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I have a move that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth and steals the essence of the sun and moon. I spent my entire life comprehending it. In order to show my respect to you, I will use this move. If you can't withstand it, shout out and I will stop immediately." Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. "This move of mine is too powerful. Once it is used, even a world evolution realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Don't be careless," Jiyu Tianhua warned. "Wang." As his voice fell, Jiyu Tianhua opened his palms. The blue ripples on his body quickly gathered on his palms. In the sky, thunder rumbled. The vast power of thunder swooped down and gathered in the blue ripples on his palms. "This is..." Fang Chen felt a terrifying power dissipating. The bloodline power in his body was trembling. Thunder, annihilation. Following Jiyu Tianhua's shout, his palms slammed into the void. The blue ripples quickly turned into two large handprints. The handprints contained terrifying thunder that could easily kill a world king. "The power of thunder punishment," Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect Jiyu Tianhua to be able to control the power of thunder punishment. He subconsciously swung his sword. However, before the immortal sword could fully attack, it was shattered by the power of thunder punishment. "Too strong." Fang Chen shook his head. The bloodline power in his body and the immortal star power crazily surged. In the blink of an eye, the power of thunder punishment swept over. He felt as if his body was imprisoned in the void. It was difficult for him to move. "Break." He raised his finger, accumulated power, and pressed it. The void in front of him shattered. His body flashed and moved a few meters. Boom. The terrifying power of thunder punishment directly shattered the void where he was. Although he dodged in time, he was still affected by the power of thunder punishment. Hiss. After Jiyu Tianhua withdrew the power of the thunder punishment, the sky gradually regained its calm. Fang Chen was standing in the air in a somewhat miserable state. His clothes showed signs of being torn by the power of the thunder punishment. Brother Gu's means are admirable. After calming down for a short while, Fang Chen clasped his fists and sighed. If it had been a life-and-death battle, facing the power of thunder punishment, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. Although I seemed to have the upper hand, in reality, I lost. Jiyu Tianhua shook his head. He looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Jiyu Tianhua naturally didn't think that he had won when he had the advantage in cultivation and time. Brother Gu's understanding of the Thunderbolt Annihilation body has reached a very high level. It won't be long before you can cultivate it to the limit. At that time, with the Thunderbolt Annihilation body as the foundation and the power of thunder punishment as support, even the domain lords won't be your opponent. Chapter 3281. As an influential figure in the primordial chaos, Jiyu Tianhua had been crowned as a young genius ever since he debuted. As time passed, the talent he displayed far surpassed his peers. It was very terrifying. Moreover, he was a younger generation disciple of the Jiyu clan. All eyes in the primordial chaos were on him. He did not disappoint and crossed the bottleneck step by step. Today, he had already reached the half-step world evolution realm. Of course, even world evolution realm experts did not dare to underestimate his true fighting strength. Because he was the pride of the heavens, Jiyu Tianhua. After Jiyu Tianhua stepped into the World King realm, he left the Jiyu clan and wandered around to experience all life in the world. He wanted to use this to break through to the world evolution realm. He did not expect to meet a monstrous genius with greater potential than him in the black domain. Even someone as strong as Jiyu Tianhua could not help but sigh. The world was big and full of wonders. Looking at Fang Chen, Jiyu Tianhua smiled brightly. With your potential, it won't be long before you can fight against a World Evolution Realm expert. When you step into the World Evolution Realm, you will have the fighting strength of a domain lord. Jiyu Tianhua sighed. The World Evolution Realm was the third realm of world gods and also the last realm. As everyone knew, world gods were above revered gods and world gods were divided into 3 realms. They were the World Lord Realm, the World King Realm and the final World Evolution Realm. The so-called World Evolution Realm was to evolve one's Tao to the extreme and form one's own unique Tao. One could touch the aura of the Supreme Law and was only a step away from the Emperor Realm. The World Evolution Realm was divided into 2 levels according to fighting strength. The first level was the ordinary World Evolution Realm and the second level was the Domain Lord Realm. In the entire primordial chaos, there were less than 100 people who had the fighting strength of a Domain Lord. Most of them were Domain Lords. Brother Gu's lightning annihilation body has already been cultivated to an extremely high level. Now, he only lacks an opportunity. Fang Chen smiled. He had heard of Jiyu Tianhua's name countless times. However, seeing him today, the latter gave him a very shocking feeling. He was much stronger than the legends. Especially the lightning annihilation body, it was even more shocking. For you and me, the World Evolution Realm is not the end. Jiyu Tianhua smiled. What we are truly after is the legendary Emperor Realm. Since ancient times, as long as one stepped into the Emperor Realm, their name would be passed down through the ages. For example, Samsara Sword Emperor, Sky One Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor and others. You have the inheritance of many quasi-emperors. The upper limit is very high, at least at the quasi-emperor level. As for whether you can reach the true Emperor Realm, it depends on your luck. After exchanging blows with Fang Chen, Jiyu Tianhua endlessly praised Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen's potential was too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Chen was unprecedented. Quasi-emperor? Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. This was the first time he had heard of a quasi-emperor, so he was very puzzled. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Jiyu Tianhua said, "Everyone thinks that the legendary Emperor Realm is above the Boundary Realm. However, that is not the case. Ever since the Battle of the Gods, only the immortal Emperor has reached the so-called Emperor Realm." He had learned from Jiyu Tianhua that the supreme ruler that people spoke of was the true Emperor Realm. Those below the ruler were called quasi-emperors. For example, Samsara Sword Emperor, Sky One Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, Bloodline King and others. Although they are called emperors, they are only quasi-emperors. They are between the Domain Lord and the Emperor Realm. However, even so, their battle strength is already enough to look down on the immemorial chaos. In the Age of Chaos, the ruler had almost disappeared, so quasi-emperors became the strongest battle strength. I see. Fang Chen nodded. He finally understood. However, quasi-emperors are also divided into strong and weak ones. Among the quasi-emperors that the world knows, Samsara Sword Emperor has the strongest attack power, Void Primogenitor is the fastest, and Bloodline King is the most mysterious. Jiyu Tianhua said slowly. Brother Jiyu, do you know if Bloodline King and others are still alive? Jiyu Tianhua shook his head. Ever since the Battle of the Gods, these people seemed to have disappeared. As time passed, some people said that they were severely injured in the Battle of the Gods and had already died. Others said that they had sealed themselves and were waiting for the Golden Age to arrive before unsealing themselves. In short, there are many rumors about them, but most of them are false. No one knows if they are dead or alive. If even the Jiyu family did not know, then there were probably not many people in the immemorial chaos who knew. Fang Chen nodded and did not ask any more questions. I have learned a lot from today's battle with you. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. I look forward to the day when I can battle with you at the quasi-emperor level. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, Jiyu Tianhua said with a smile. There will definitely be such a day. Fang Chen clenched his fists and said confidently. Ha ha ha, we will meet again. Jiyu Tianhua was a carefree person who did not stick to one pattern. He left as soon as he said so. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. Looking at Jiyu Tianhua's disappearing figure, Fang Chen did not withdraw his gaze. I look forward to our next meeting. In 100 years, the Black Domain had not changed much. Ever since the Rock Gate was destroyed, the corpse demon had completely disappeared from the Black Domain. The Dream God School had full control over the Black Domain. The head of the Dream God School had also become the #1 person in the Black Domain below the Domain Master and was revered by tens of thousands of people. In the north of the Black Domain, the Starry Sky Manor stood proudly. Because the Starry Sky Manor was detached from worldly affairs and did not participate in the war in the Black Domain, and because Lu Xingxing had done the Dream God School a favor, the Dream God School did not attack the Starry Sky Manor. The current Starry Sky Mountain Villa looked magnificent from afar. The manor was filled with the smell of fine wine. In the garden, Lu Xingxing was drinking fine wine alone, looking a little lost. Brother Fang, are you okay? Lu Xingxing firmly believed that Fang Chen had not died. He must have obtained the emperor blood and was hiding somewhere to absorb it. Brother, I've made so much fine wine for you. If you didn't come, what would I do with it? Lu Xingxing gulped down a glass of wine and muttered to himself. There was a slight sense of loss in his voice. How could I miss out on such fine wine? Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the void. Then, the void flickered, and Fang Chen appeared. Lu Xingxing's body trembled violently. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. You! Ha ha ha, I knew you were still alive. Seeing Fang Chen, Lu Xingxing was very excited. Brother Lu, I've made you worry. Fang Chen said apologetically. Lu Xingxing waved his hand and interrupted him. I've been worried about you. Now that I see you're fine, I'm glad. Come, let's drink until we're drunk today. Lu Xingxing pulled Fang Chen to sit on a stone bench and tasted the fine wine. Gulp. The two clinked their glasses and drank it in one gulp. At this time, Lu Xingxing's heart calmed down. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, Brother Fang, 100 years ago, you went to look for the emperor blood. What happened? Where have you been for the past 100 years? Fang Chen did not hide anything from Lu Xingxing. Brother Lu, when I infiltrated the Rock Gate's forbidden area, I found a bronze coffin in a cave. The emperor blood was in the bronze coffin. Just as I was about to open the bronze coffin, I was discovered by the master of the Rock Gate. He attacked with lightning speed, wanting to kill me. At the critical moment, the bronze coffin opened and the emperor blood released a vast strength, forcing him back. At the same time, I was sucked into the Samsara sword world. After that, I borrowed the strength of the Samsara sword world to suppress the emperor blood and then absorbed it. I didn't think it would take so long. Fang Chen smiled. After listening to Fang Chen's simple explanation, Lu Xingxing was shocked. You absorbed the emperor blood. Lu Xingxing was excited. Then, he was a bit stunned. This was because he discovered that Fang Chen's aura was much stronger than before. After carefully probing, he found that the latter had stepped into the World King realm. Ha ha ha, congratulations Brother Fang. Not only did you absorb the emperor blood, but you also stepped into the World King realm. Lu Xingxing licked his dry lips and excitedly laughed. When he was at the World Lord realm, he could instantly kill a World King powerhouse. Now that he had truly stepped into the World King realm, would he be able to resist a World Evolution powerhouse? Lu Xingxing was very curious. I was just lucky. Fang Chen waved his hand. If it weren't for the emperor blood, it might not have gone so smoothly. Chapter 3282. Blood Realm. It wasn't vast, and it was located far away from the Black Domain. The martial artists here were generally weak. World kings could run rampant, and world lords could be considered the masters of their own forces. The Monster King finally arrived at the Blood Realm. Dracophant World Lord once said that the last time the Bloodline Temple appeared was in the Blood Realm. He guessed that the Bloodline Temple was most likely in the Blood Realm. Now, 100 years have passed, and I have become the only candidate. Taking a deep breath, the Demon King stepped onto the scarlet plain in front of him. The sky was filled with an endless scarlet aura. This was the appearance of the blood realm. It was as if one was in an endless sea of blood. "Let's find a city and ask about the mysteries of the blood realm," the Monster King said. Boom. However, the moment the Monster King stepped into the blood realm, the entire blood realm shook. In the northwest of the blood realm, in the forbidden land known as the Bloody Mountain Range, there was a great commotion. Countless beasts roared, filling the sky. Some people even saw a beast tide appear in the Bloody Mountain Range. This was a beast tide that had rarely appeared in countless years. Dong, dong, dong. In the depths of the Bloody Mountain Range, in front of a scarlet altar, the ground suddenly cracked and a magnificent building broke out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it replaced the scarlet altar in the deepest part of the Bloody Mountain Range. At the same time, countless roaring beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies trembled, and their hearts were filled with fear. Too strong. Many great beasts felt the tremors from the depths of their yuan spirits. They didn't dare to approach the magnificent building. Voila! When the building completely calmed down, it was surrounded by complex scarlet runes. Several bloodline auras intertwined, forming a barrier that isolated the building from the outside world. In the sky above the palace, a phantom suddenly appeared. The bloodline temple has finally appeared again. His face was filled with excitement. As the guardian of the bloodline temple, he knew better than anyone what it meant for the bloodline temple to appear again. The only candidate has appeared. I wonder if he can meet the master's requirements. There was a trace of curiosity in his heart. However, he knew that the only candidate had already set foot in the bloodfield. Otherwise, the bloodline shrine wouldn't have appeared again. "I'll be here, waiting for you." The illusory figure disappeared as his voice sounded. The frightening pressure from the Bloody Mountain Range also abruptly disappeared. Many great beasts poked their heads out to see what was going on, but in the end, they suppressed their curiosity and left the Bloodline Temple. Soon, there will be human experts swarming here. You big monsters must use your strongest power to keep them out of the Bloody Mountain Range. An ethereal voice was transmitted into the ears of many great demons. It's that palace. Some of the greater monsters sensed that the sound came from the Bloodline Temple. Their eyes widened, not knowing what to do. Voila! All of a sudden, numerous fruits appeared in the void. That's the golden jade dragon mud fruit. Heavens, it's the golden jade dragon mud fruit. Seeing this, many great demons were stunned. They all attacked to snatch the golden jade dragon mud fruit. A moment later, all the fruits in the sky fell into the hands of the many great demons. "Senior, thank you for your gift. We will do our best to stop the humans." The leading great demon swallowed the fruit in his hand, bowed to the Bloodline Temple, and said firmly, "To the demon race, the golden jade dragon mud fruit could greatly enhance their innate divine power." However, the owner of the voice had bestowed such an important fruit to them. They were very grateful. The tremor of the Bloody Mountain Range quickly swept across the entire bloodfield. Countless warriors were guessing that an ancient relic had appeared. The news spread quickly. When people heard the news, they were even more excited. In just a few days, many top experts of the bloodfield had already rushed to the Bloody Mountain Range. Blood Mountain City was the first city that the Demon King had seen in the bloodfield. In a restaurant, the Demon King was drinking while listening to the discussions of the people at the next table. "Have you heard? The Bloody Mountain Range in the bloodfield shook not long ago, and there was a beast tide. Someone saw a blood-red palace appear out of thin air. Yes, I also heard that the tremor in the Bloody Mountain Range this time is most likely due to the appearance of an ancient relic." Heavens, an ancient relic? How can the bloodfield not be excited? Why are you so excited? Even if it's an ancient relic, you won't have a share. Look at your own strength. Even if I can't participate, I'll be satisfied if I can see it from afar. Everyone was discussing excitedly. When the Demon King heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A blood-red palace appeared out of thin air in the Bloody Mountain Range. He could already conclude that the blood-red palace must be the legendary Bloodline Temple. Perhaps it has something to do with me being the only candidate. The Demon King raised his head, his deep eyes looking into the distance as he murmured. He guessed that the Bloodline Temple had sensed that he was the only candidate, so the moment he stepped into the blood field, the Bloodline Temple had completely awakened and appeared again. Gulp. The Demon King drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, got up, and left the restaurant. Did you guys notice? After the Demon King left, a warrior not far from him said carefully, "The person sitting here just now had a strong demon chi. It's too scary." Yeah, I sensed it too. He could probably kill us with a thought. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all looked at where the Demon King had been sitting. Darkness and fear filled the void. In the corpse demon's headquarters, countless people were kneeling and worshipping. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying power swept across the land. Seeing this, many people were extremely excited and roared toward the sky. A dark aura descended on the land, and a black figure walked out. "Welcome, Blood Demon Emperor." Their voices shook the sky, and many people knelt and worshipped. The Blood Demon Emperor was one of the strongest people of the Corpse Demon. As a quasi-emperor, he had been in a deep sleep since the Battle of the Gods in the ancient era. Now, with his tireless efforts, his injuries had finally healed, and he had come out again. Keek, what fresh air. The Blood Demon Emperor licked his dry lips, greedily inhaling the fresh air. What's the current situation in the ancient era? The Blood Demon Emperor asked. Lord Blood Demon Emperor, the current situation isn't too good for us Corpse Demon. But since you have come out, I implore you to lead us Corpse Demon to fight against the humans. In the past, the Corpse Demon also had a sovereign-level powerhouse who had fallen in the Battle of the Gods. So far, the Blood Demon Emperor was the strongest person of the Corpse Demon. He was a true quasi-emperor. Tempage, mere humans are nothing to fear. I, the Corpse Demon, am destined to become the new master of this world. The Blood Demon Emperor walked out of the altar step by step, and a terrifying dark aura surrounded his body. He could release a power that could destroy the heavens and earth with a raise of his hand. Since I have come out, it's time for the Blood Realm to return. The scene of fighting in the Blood Realm appeared in his mind. Send the World King-level powerhouses to invade the Blood Realm and take full control of it. The war horn of my Corpse Demon will begin in the Blood Realm. In ancient times, the Blood Demon Emperor was one of the strongest powerhouses of the Corpse Demon race. He led the Corpse Demon army and used the Blood Realm as the core to constantly expand and resist the humans. The Blood Realm was his territory. Any human that dared to encroach upon it deserved to die. Although those old fellows of the human race are loathsome, I have just awoken from my deep slumber. I cannot brazenly appear in front of them. The Blood Demon Emperor gloomily said. Once all the powerhouses of my race return, that will be the day of the final battle with the humans. As the Corpse Demon was in turmoil, the Blood Demon Emperor's powerful return instantly stabilized the Corpse Demon. With the Blood Demon Emperor's order, the many World King-level powerhouses quickly left their lairs and headed for the Blood Realm. Perhaps even the Monster Kings didn't expect that the Blood Realm would soon become a true Azura hell. Of course, this was a story for later. Chapter 3283. For a time, the entire Blood Realm fell into a state of shock. Countless martial artists rushed towards the Scarlet Mountain Range. 3 days after the Beast Tide erupted in the Scarlet Mountain Range, the first group of human martial artists finally arrived. In the distant horizon, a group of 5 people rapidly flew forwards. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Scarlet Mountain Range. Boss, what's wrong? 4 of them looked at the person in the lead. Their faces were filled with confusion. They had crossed mountains and rivers to rush here as soon as possible. The reason they had rushed here was to enter the Scarlet Mountain Range and find some ancient ruins to obtain lucky chances. But now, they had arrived at the entrance of the Scarlet Mountain Range and stopped here. Just what was the meaning of this? Someone has seen the Beast Tide in the Scarlet Mountain Range. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately run away. The boss warned. I think the rumors are mostly false. If there really was a Beast Tide, wouldn't the entire Blood Realm have fallen into a sea of blood? The other 4 clearly didn't believe this. In history, whenever a Beast Tide erupted in the Scarlet Mountain Range, it would always affect the Blood Realm. But this time, there was no movement at all. Only those in the outside world were guessing. No matter what, We can't lower our guard. Big Boss looked around and finally swept his gaze across the four of them as he said in a deep voice. Don't worry, boss. The five of us can be considered peak world king powerhouses. If we join forces, even if we encounter a world evolution realm powerhouse, we have nothing to fear. If we really do encounter a beast tide, we can definitely escape unscathed. The five of them were extremely confident in their own strength. Unless there was a super monster at the world evolution realm in the beast tide, there was no way to stop them. Let's go in. The boss took a deep breath and stepped into the Scarlet Mountain range. Hoo. After the five of them entered, they didn't discover anything unusual. They continued forwards. Many monster beasts had already been waiting for a long time. As they discovered the arrival of the human martial artists, they bared their fangs and emitted a terrifying monster strength. Foolish human, go to hell. With a loud roar, the tranquility of the Scarlet Mountain range was completely shattered. Countless monster beasts rushed towards the five people like a tide. This is bad. There is a beast tide. Hurry and retreat. The boss immediately shouted out as he sensed the beast tide. However, it was too late. The beast tide was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the five of them were swept away. Ah! Miserable screams echoed out from the Scarlet Mountain range. 5 human world kings instantly died. Human warriors, don't even think about taking half a step into the Scarlet Mountain range. The leader of the greater demons said coldly. The movements in the Scarlet Mountain range were clearly captured by the experts outside. They were aware of the strength of the beast tide and did not rashly step into the Scarlet Mountain range. As time passed, more and more powerful warriors gathered here. Half a month later, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to rush in. Everyone here is basically the top experts of the blood field. If we join forces, a mere beast tide will be nothing to us. Someone suggested to forcefully attack the demonic beasts in the Scarlet Mountain range. There were also some people who didn't want to make a move too early. After a brief discussion, the several World King powerhouses in the lead decided to attack. Everyone, the beast tide has erupted. The monster race wants to prevent us humans from entering the Scarlet Mountain range. If we don't unite at this time, we will definitely be defeated one by the monster race. One of the more prestigious World King powerhouses raised his arms and shouted, "So, I propose that we temporarily put aside our personal grudges and disintegrate the monster race's beast tide. After we enter the Scarlet Mountain range, we will act on our own. How about it? Only by joining forces can we break up the beast tide. I fully support this." This World King's decision obtained the support of many people. Good. Since that's the case, let's begin the attack. It was extremely likely that ancient ruins would appear in the Scarlet Mountain range. To everyone, this was simply too attractive. In front of the beast tide, they fought with everything they had. Bang! The battle was on the verge of erupting. The human powerhouses swarmed into the Scarlet Mountain range, engaging in battle with the monster race. The entire Scarlet Mountain range shook. Every moment, human martial artists and monster race demonic beasts would perish. Kill all these humans for me. The monster race great monster roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared towards the sky. The battle continued. The people of the Blood Realm seemed determined to break up the beast tide. Time passed bit by bit. This battle lasted for half a month. Finally, on a certain day half a month later, the beast horde collapsed, and many of the demonic beasts fled. The human race defeated the powerful monster race with absolute strength. They won a temporary victory and entered the Scarlet Mountain range. However, the monster race didn't give up. They hid in the dark and attacked the human martial artists who were alone. After the battle, many human martial artists died at the hands of the monster race. However, most of the human martial artists passed through the Scarlet Mountain range and came to the deepest part of the mountain range. Here, the Bloodline Temple stood proudly. Outside the Scarlet Mountain range, the Monster King's figure flickered as he shuttled through space. Whoosh! He sensed the remnant battle aura in the void. He curled his lips and said, "I'm still too late." Although he was skilled in the Tao of space and time and had the rock movement technique, he was too far away. He had only arrived today. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared into the Scarlet Mountain range. Dong! 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 As soon as he stepped in, he felt the blood in his body become restless. He could even feel a force guiding him forward. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountain range with his deep eyes. The Bloodline Temple? He muttered to himself. He was even more convinced that the Bloodline Temple had appeared because of him. Let's go. He didn't stay for long. He used the rock movement technique and quickly traveled through time and space. There was a small forest with towering trees. It was also a place that one had to pass to reach the Bloodline Temple. The Monster King stopped in front of the forest. He frowned slightly as if he sensed something. Monster beasts. He paused for a moment before continuing forward. On the surface, he didn't seem to care about his surroundings. In fact, his primordial spirit had been fully released and merged into the void. In his mind, the locations of several monster beasts hiding in the forest clearly appeared. Whoosh! He made the first move. He raised his palm and gently pointed his finger. A resplendent ray of light shot out rapidly, turning into a sharp streak of sword light in the air. It pierced through the air with lightning speed, stabbing towards a certain location. Catcher! When the sword light pierced through the darkness, a crisp sound was heard. A monster beast's body fell down and blood splattered across the sky. Roar! The Monster King's actions had completely angered the monster beasts hiding in the dark. Damn human! He actually discovered us? The monster beasts were puzzled. They had hidden themselves well enough. How could they be discovered by a human? Kill him! The monster beasts couldn't care less. They surrounded the Monster King and used their lightning-fast methods. Unfortunately, they encountered the Monster King. Although it was just a clone, a Realm Lord Monster King's attack was comparable to a World King. He didn't even use his invincible sword technique to deal with these monster beasts. He used his finger as a sword and sharp light shot out. No matter how hard the monster beasts tried to dodge, they couldn't avoid it. Boom! Several explosions sounded. The monster beasts that ambushed the Monster King were instantly killed. Whoosh! The Monster King's figure disappeared. Not long after, a greater Monster King arrived. He sensed the terrifying sword light in the void and his expression changed drastically. Damned humans! He bared his teeth and roared in anger. The Monster King didn't encounter any obstacles and arrived in front of the Bloodline Temple. At a certain moment, he felt the blood in his body go out of control and become completely violent. He suddenly looked up and saw that in the depths of the mountain range, there was a vast palace. There were blood-red runes flashing on the palace. Bloodline Temple. The Monster King exclaimed subconsciously. Is this the Bloodline Temple? He could feel the vibrations coming from the depths of his Yuan spirit and the resonance with the Bloodline Temple. The Bloodline Temple stood quietly. Not far away, there were many human martial artists. They had gone through many hardships to reach this place. They stared at the palace with burning eyes. Is this the ancient ruins? Chapter 3284. The commotion in the Scarlet Mountain Range had attracted the top cultivators of the Bloodfield. Although the overall strength of the Bloodfield was weak, there were still many World King powerhouses. This palace is extraordinary. The blood-red runes around it seem to be a powerful talisman. A World King spoke up, breaking the silence of the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was the famous World King Rongjue of the Bloodfield. It's World King Rongjue. I heard that he stepped into the World Evolution Realm not long ago and is very likely to become the first World Evolution Realm powerhouse in our Bloodfield. I didn't expect him to come. Yes, I heard that World King Rongjue cultivated for 1,000,000 years in order to break through to the World Evolution Realm. It seems that this ancient relic is very likely to be real. There must be a powerful legacy left behind from the ancient times in this palace. World King Rongjue's prestige in the Bloodfield was very high. His words were also very authoritative. How extravagant, how extravagant. The entire palace is one. It's a powerful talisman. Only a quasi-emperor powerhouse can do such a thing. An old man in a white robe stroked his beard and sighed. He was known as World King White Talisman and was also one of the top powerhouses of the blood field. He specialized in talismans and was recognized as the strongest talisman master in the blood field. What? Obviously, World King Rongjue and the others didn't expect that this palace was created by a quasi-emperor. World King White Talisman, do you know the origin of this talisman? World King Rongjue asked. As World Kings, they could sense the powerful energy emitted from the blood-red runes. They knew how strong it was and didn't dare to fight it head-on. Among everyone present, World King White Talisman was the strongest. He might be able to crack this talisman. Everyone's eyes fell on World King White Talisman. Although this talisman is very strong and is one, I believe that there is no perfect talisman in the world. Any talisman has a flaw. As long as we can find the flaw, it won't be difficult to crack it, World King White Talisman said with a smile. World King White Talisman, you should know that it's very difficult for us to enter the palace with this talisman. Even if we enter, we will suffer heavy losses. We still don't know what's going on inside. We can't go in blindly. World King White Talisman, please crack this talisman. Realm King Rongjue muttered. Consider it. I, Realm King Rongjue, owe you a favor. At the end, World King Rongjue added these words to express his determination. He, World King Rongjue, was determined to obtain the inheritance within this palace. World King Baifu's expression changed indeterminately when he heard this, and then he nodded and agreed in the end. This talisman operates in a rather strange manner, and its internal energy is also extremely tyrannical. If I can decipher it and absorb its power, it will be of great help to my Tao of talismans. Let me give it a try. Realm King Baifu took a step forward and arrived in front of the bloodline shrine. He closed his eyes and spread his hands, gently touching the blood-red patterns around the bloodline shrine. Bang! However, what the crowd didn't expect was that when his hands came into contact with the blood-red runes, a loud bang rang out. Upon closer inspection, the white talisman World King's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Everyone's hearts trembled as their heads swayed. Cough cough. Realm King White Talisman crawled up from the ground and looked at the bloodline temple in fear. In the end, he sighed and shook his head. This talisman is too strong, I'm powerless to do anything about it. After speaking, his figure flashed as he prepared to leave the Scarlet Mountain range. Realm King Rongjue, this palace is extraordinary. I advise you to be careful. Realm King Baifu left after saying these words. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Realm King Baifu was scared off in just one exchange. Realm King Rongjue's expression changed, he didn't want to give up. The other Realm Kings were also thinking of a way to deal with it. At this moment, the Demon King in the crowd suddenly walked forward. Who is he? Is he crazy? A realm lord dares to approach the palace? Is this guy courting death? Seeing the Demon King approaching the bloodline shrine step by step, everyone shook their heads as if they were looking at an idiot. Scram! Realm King Rongjue was still worrying about how to decipher the talisman around the bloodline shrine when he suddenly saw the Demon King's actions. His expression changed drastically as he roared and waved his sleeves. A violent aura whizzed out, forming a thick lightning bolt that shot towards the Demon King. Bang! 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 Seeing Realm King Rongjue make a move, everyone knew that this guy was dead for sure. Realm King Rongjue is in a fit of anger, this guy is really unlucky. He's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads. However, when the lightning bolt arrived in front of the Demon King, the latter's body evaded like a ghost. Boom! The lightning bolt missed and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. The Demon King walked out of the dust under everyone's gaze. The several realm kings in the void were also somewhat stunned. He evaded. He cultivated a super strong movement technique and used his speed to evade Realm King Rongjue's attack. Interesting. The Realm Kings looked at the Demon King with interest. A Realm King sneak attacking a junior, how laughable. The Demon King said coldly, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me?" Realm King Rongjue sneered. "Do you think you can challenge me just because you're fast?" Clap, 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 clap. Someone seemed to be clapping. Who is it? Get out here. Realm King Rongjue roared. In the skies above Bloodline Temple, a phantom appeared. He looked at Realm King Rongjue and clapped. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. You are a World King powerhouse, and also a peak powerhouse of the Blood Realm. Have all your years of cultivation gone to waste? The phantom coldly said. Realm King Rongjue was about to speak when he was interrupted by the phantom. In your eyes, he is only an ordinary World King. However, if you knew that his true self was a World King powerhouse, an existence that could instantly kill a peak World King powerhouse, I wonder what you would do. Voila! Hearing this, great waves rose up in everyone's hearts. They looked at the Demon King, dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe this. What? The other Realm Kings also didn't dare to believe this. Realm King Rongjue's complexion changed. Humph, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? You think you can intimidate me with just your words? How laughable. Rongjue didn't believe that an existence that could easily instantly kill a peak World King wouldn't have any reputation. Who do you think I am? The phantom brightly smiled. With a light tap of his finger, the blood-red runes around the Bloodline Temple began to undergo a massive change. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. I am the guardian of this palace. Are you satisfied with this answer? Realm King Rongjue's complexion changed. He thought about whether or not the phantom's words were true. If you are the guardian of this palace, then how do you know this person's identity? Someone raised an objection. This palace had only appeared recently, and it was obviously impossible for the person in front of them to have arrived here in advance. Above the Bloodline Temple, the blood-red runes released a faint scarlet aura that sank into Fang Chen's body. Because he is the successor of this palace. The phantom said once more. What? This time, even Realm King Rongjue lost his composure. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The Bloodline Temple appeared in order to find a successor. Why would they choose a successor so carelessly? A mere World King, what virtue or ability does he have to inherit this palace? Many voices of opposition sounded out. Of course, as the guardian of this palace, it's not that I won't give you a chance. After a pause, he continued, your only chance is to defeat him. Only by defeating him will you have the qualifications to enter the palace. As for whether or not you can obtain recognition, that will depend on your own good fortune. Hearing this, hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Especially Realm King Rongjue. As he looked at the Monster King, his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. The Monster King constantly cursed in his heart. He viciously glared at the phantom. This fellow was clearly deliberately causing trouble for him. Boy, don't glare at me. If you can't even pass this test, what face do you have to inherit my master's inheritance? The phantom lightly said. This can also be considered a test for you. Once you complete the ultimate test, you can receive my master's inheritance. Then, the phantom looked at everyone. Chapter 3285. Hearing the phantom's words, Rongjue Realm King and the other Blood Realm experts looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. This was their last chance. If they couldn't grasp it, they wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance in the palace. Tempage, how strong can a mere realm lord be? Rongjue Realm King sneered, even if his true body is here, it's useless. Rongjue Realm King had been a Realm King for countless years. Although he hadn't broken through, his comprehension of the martial Dao had reached an extremely high level. He didn't fear anyone in the same realm. Even if he couldn't defeat those top monstrous experts, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Not to mention, the person in front of him was just a Realm Lord's clone. Rongjue Realm King looked at the Demon King with eyes full of disdain. Hoo. Suddenly, the illusionary figure waved his sleeve. The blood-red lines that covered the Bloodline Shrine quickly floated in the air. Under the illusionary figure's control, they formed a blood-red arena in the open space in front of the Bloodline Shrine. Go up. The phantom transmitted his voice to the Monster King. The latter was speechless and stepped onto the arena. You only have 2 hours. If you can't defeat him by then, you'll lose your last chance. The phantom said in a low voice. Everyone's body trembled and they rubbed their palms, preparing to attack. I'll go first. A sector lord who had made a name for himself for a long time arrived on the stage with a stomp of his foot. "Kid, make your move." His face was ferocious as he looked at the Monster King with disdain. However, the Monster King shook his head. "You're not my match. You're too arrogant." The man was furious and attacked like lightning. He opened his hands and all his strength gathered in front of him, forming a whirlpool. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Monster King was stunned. He didn't expect this person to have such a strong comprehension of the Bloodline Dao. This technique was fused with the Bloodline Dao. It was a very special technique that ordinary people couldn't do. However, the Monster King was only stunned for a moment. Compared to his Bloodline Dao, this was nothing. Boom! The vortex that had fused with this person's blood became incomparably red. Under his control, it rushed madly towards the Monster King, as if it wanted to devour the entire sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Demon King in the blood-red arena. They wanted to see how he would block this crazy move. He's really putting in a lot of effort. He's burning his blood essence right from the start to display such a powerful move. Yeah, when this move is executed, there are few who can match him in the Sector Lord realm. Many people couldn't help but sigh. In the void, World King Rongjue looked down at the Monster King from above. "If you can't even withstand this move, then you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent." However, when Realm King Rongjue's voice fell, a sudden change occurred. When the Scarlet Vortex arrived in front of the Demon King, the latter raised his fist and punched out in front of everyone. This punch was very simple. However, when the fist shadow hit the Scarlet Vortex, it released a shocking amount of energy. Crack! The fist shadow crushed the Scarlet Vortex in an unstoppable manner. The Sector Lord who challenged the Demon King suffered a backlash and was sent flying. Peng! His body smashed into the ground and he fainted. When everyone saw this, they sucked in a cold breath and looked warily at the Demon King. His physical body is too strong. It's unbelievable. Many Sector Lords felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation also retracted their thoughts. The might of the Demon King's punch had already surpassed the limits of the Sector Lord realm. Could it be that his combat strength is close to the World King realm or even at the World King realm? Such a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in the hearts of the crowd. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they retreated unceasingly. Next, the Demon King's clear voice resounded through the void. Everyone exchanged glances. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him. The entire mountain range fell into silence. This situation lasted for a few seconds. Suddenly, a boorish man with a large axe in his hand stepped onto the arena. "Temph, I don't believe you are unrivaled in the Sector Lord realm," the big axe Sector Lord said coldly. He raised his axe and looked at the Demon King. "Make your move." Looking at the huge axe in this person's hand, the Demon King seemed to be immersed in his memories. His good brother, Barbarian, used a huge axe. Both of them were extremely boorish and looked similar. "My brother, how are you doing now?" Fang Chen muttered. After which, he retracted his thoughts and raised his head. He smiled at the big axe Sector Lord. "I don't want to hurt you." "Temph, you want to hurt me? Have you asked my axe first?" "Huala!" the big axe Sector Lord roared. He stomped his feet and swung his arms. The huge axe carried a powerful force and chopped down fiercely. Wherever the axe passed, the void would be sliced apart. Hoo! The Demon King used the Great Rock Movement technique. His body flashed and pierced through the void. The big axe Sector Lord couldn't even catch a trace of him. His axe attack missed and landed on the blood-red arena. "Damn it!" He roared and pulled out the huge axe from the arena. He waved it continuously and chopped at every spot in the void. However, just as he was about to launch the next wave of attacks, he suddenly realized that there was a powerful force behind him. Just as he was about to counterattack with the axe in his hand, his body stopped abruptly, as if he was frozen in the void. Peng! The big axe Sector Lord loosened his grip and the axe fell to the ground. He closed his eyes. "Kill me or torture me as you wish." At this moment, everyone saw that the sword in the Demon King's hand was already pressed against the big axe Sector Lord's back. As long as he made a move, he would be killed immediately. Thinking of this, everyone's heart trembled. Especially the sector lords, they gave up on challenging the Demon King. However, after Big Axe Sector Lord said this, he clearly felt that the long sword behind him had disappeared. He turned his head and saw the Demon King's back. His expression changed and his heart was pounding. "Thank you." With that, he turned and left. The Demon King held the red glass sword and stood on the blood-red arena. He swept his gaze across the crowd like an unparalleled war god. "Who else wants to challenge me?" The Demon King's voice was calm, but in everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap that exploded. After 2 consecutive attacks, the Demon King gave everyone a powerful visual shock. Even a peak world overlord like the Big Axe World Overlord wasn't able to force the Demon King to unleash his true combat strength. One could very well imagine how strong the Demon King was. Facing the Demon King's burning gaze, all the sector lords couldn't help but retreat. The moment the Big Axe Sector Lord was defeated, they had already lost the qualifications to fight for the inheritance. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly, their moods extremely low. Only the several World King powerhouses in the void didn't change their complexions. They didn't think that the outcome would change because of this and that everything was within their control. "Everyone, do you want to challenge him first?" Rongjuo World King's voice broke the silence of the mountain range. He turned to the other World Kings and asked with a smile. Although this kid's cultivation is only at the Sector Lord realm, his true strength has already reached the World King realm. "Let me make a move first and test him out." The Black Armor World King took a step forward and slowly said. Rongjuo World King didn't say anything. Instead, he looked down at the Demon King. "Enjoy your last moments. If I attack, you will die without a doubt. There are many people who have the ability to kill me, but you are not one of them." Facing Rongjuo World King's powerful aura, the Demon King wasn't afraid and directly retorted. "Good, very good. I want to see if you will still be so arrogant after you are defeated." Rongjuo World King didn't say anything else and waited for the Black Armor World King's challenge. Above the Bloodline Temple, the Phantom looked at the Demon King with a smile. Although this fellow is only an avatar, his attack power is very strong. Up until now, no one has been able to force him to use his full strength. I wonder if he can resist these World Kings with his Sector Lord realm cultivation. In truth, when the main body fused with the Emperor bloodline and absorbed the bloodline power of the other candidates, he had already become the only candidate. He also had the qualifications to inherit the Bloodline Temple and obtain all the inheritances within. However, the Phantom had guarded the Bloodline Temple for countless years and knew of his master's plan. He wanted to use everyone to stop at the last moment to temper the only candidate.